Chapter 2407. Chapter 2407. New YORK season control, damn it. Looking at Qian Chao, who was constantly approaching him, Madman cursed and immediately injected energy into his fist and punched out with a backhand. Bang! Madman's and Qian Chao's fists collided in an instant. Poochie. The result was a little different from before. Qian Chao stood on the spot and didn't move. On the other hand, the madman retreated several feet before stopping. Dark red blood spurted out, and Madman's face became pale, without any color. Obviously, in this blow, Madman was at an absolute disadvantage. Overestimating yourself. Qian Chao glanced coldly at Madman and said fiercely, "If not for Ningyu being here, the first to die today would be you." Swoosh! Qian Chao wanted to kill Madman, but the battlefield over there was beyond his expectations. The Immortal King puppet Gu Adong did not gain any advantage in the fight with Ningyu. On the contrary, if the current script continued, the one who would be defeated in the end would not be Ningyu, but Gu Adong. So, Qian Chao had to temporarily put aside his grudge with Madman and turn to help Gu Adong to deal with Ningyu. Otherwise, after Gu Adong was killed, his fate would probably be as miserable. "Where are you going?" Seeing that Qian Chao wanted to help Gu Adong, Madman slapped the ground with both hands, and his body suddenly shot out. Ningyu said to hold on for 3 minutes, and now only 30 seconds had passed, and there were still 2.5 minutes left. Madman made up his mind that even if he was seriously injured today, he would stop Qian Chao. Courting death. Qian Chao was originally panicking, and with Madman desperately trying to stop him, it directly made him extremely angry. Turning his head, Qian Chao punched Madman's head. Crack! At the critical moment, Madman immediately moved sideways. Although Madman moved sideways, he was still hit in the chest by Qian Chao's fist, and the ribs in his chest were broken on the spot. Puff, puff, puff. 3 mouthfuls of dark red blood spurted out. Madman's pale face became even paler, and even his whole body could not help but tremble. He could tell. Qian Chao's 2 attacks had pushed Madman to the brink of death. 2 more minutes. The madman stood up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He said with a ferocious expression, "Qian Chao, I'll pay you back double for bullying me now. You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn." Qian Chao flew into a rage. In the distance, Gu Adong was in a precarious situation, and he was being held back by Madman. Chi-Chi. He waved his hands repeatedly, burning his blood essence. As he burned his blood essence, the madman's aura began to soar. The madman's cultivation was at the 5th stage of the half-step Immortal King realm. He was only a step away from becoming a true Immortal King. Now he was burning his blood essence to raise his aura, directly raising his aura to the extreme, reaching the critical line. Kill! Raising his head, Qian Chao roared and tore through the void. The next moment, Qian Chao appeared in front of the madman. He threw a punch with all his might at the madman's heart. This punch contained all of Qian Chao's energy. If the madman was unlucky enough to be hit, he would definitely die on the spot. Fight! The madman knew the power of Qian Chao's punch, but in order to block Qian Chao, he directly showed an expression of facing death. Crack! He took out a pill from his sleeve and threw it into his mouth. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, the madman's aura soared sharply. It was even faster than the speed at which Qian Chao's aura soared. Half a second passed. Qian Chao's aura had already soared to a level comparable to Qian Chao's. Bang! At this moment, Qian Chao's fist arrived in front of the madman. The madman resolutely punched out. Ka, 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 ka. After one move, Ningyu and Qian Chao retreated at the same time. The madman's right hand was pulled back. His entire right hand was broken, and there was only a layer of skin hanging between it and his arm. As for Qian Chao, his ending was even more miserable than the madman. His entire right hand was broken and fell to the ground. Screams kept coming out from his mouth. Qian Chao was so angry that his nose was crooked. He didn't expect the madman to be so fierce. In order to seriously injure him, he He didn't hesitate to use a suicide attack. After this move, even if the madman didn't die, he would only be hanging on by a thread. Moreover, the most important thing was that the madman was very likely to be unable to cultivate again and become a cripple from then on. Because in order to use that move just now, the madman's bones were all broken and his internal organs were all seriously injured. Bang! Suddenly, in the distance, Ningyu punched Gu Adong's head. The head, which was comparable to the strength of the immortal king's body, was hit by Ningyu's punch and shriveled. Gulp! Seeing Gu Adong's miserable state, Qian Chao directly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What kind of freak was Ningyu? Gu Adong's body strength was comparable to the immortal king powerhouse. Why would his head be hit by a punch and shriveled? Could it be that Ningyu's body strength was already comparable to the immortal king? The more he thought about it, the more Qian Chao felt that it was possible. After all, if the body strength was not comparable to the immortal king, it was impossible to blow Gu Adong's head dry. Fortunately, Gu Adong is a puppet. As long as I don't blow him apart with one punch, his combat effectiveness will not be affected too much. Qian Chao patted his chest with his left hand, then immediately squatted down to pick up his right hand and pressed it on his wrist. Chi chi chi. Qian Chao was a fifth-stage half-step immortal king. As soon as his right hand touched his wrist, it healed at a very fast speed. Soon his right hand was completely undamaged. Sha sha sha. After fixing his right hand, Qian Chao looked at Ningyu coldly and said sternly, I advise you not to do any more useless work. Gu Adong is an immortal king puppet. Unless you can blow him apart with one punch, otherwise, he can unceasingly. Why do I have to blow him apart with one punch? Ningyu rolled his eyes at Qian Chao and said, I can get through his central system and directly seize control of him. Okay? Seize control? Qian Chao was stunned at first. Then his expression changed greatly. Ka ka ka. Just as Qian Chao was in a daze, Gu Adong's shriveled head was recovering rapidly. In just half a second, Gu Adong's head was restored to its original state. Qian Chao pointed at Ningyu with his mouth slightly open and a look of disbelief on his face. Next to Gu Adong's central system, there was a peerless formation. Just now, Ningyu was fighting with Gu Adong. How could he have time to crack the formation? Ningyu, I broke the formation of the central system of the immortal king puppet for you, so I want 30% of the things in the Qian family's treasure pavilion. Lin Lang's words solved the confusion in Qian Chao's heart. He held his head high and said, In addition, every month you have to give me the immortal king puppet for 1 day to let me control it. Before, Lin Lang said he wanted 40% of the things in the treasure pavilion, which was obviously a joke. After all, he knew his own capabilities. He just cracked a formation, which was not enough to get 40% of the things. But now, Chapter 2408. Chapter 2408. New YORK things might change if he delayed. No problem. You can take 30% of the things in the Qian family's treasury. Ningyu nodded and replied. The formation at the central system of Gu Adong was extremely difficult to crack. If he relied on himself, it would probably take a long time. Fortunately, Lin Lang quietly handed him a crystal ball. Using that crystal ball, the formation was cracked within 3 minutes. After cracking the formation, Ningyu only used a few seconds to control Gu Adong. Thank you. Lin Lang chuckled, then leaped up and began to search the treasures in the treasury. Get back here. However, just as Lin Lang moved a few steps, Ningyu berated. Take care of Madman first, stabilize his injuries. Wait for me to defeat Qian Chao. Then I will go treat Madman. Swish. His voice faded. Ningyu stepped on the ground and immediately rushed towards Qian Chao. In order to hold Qian Chao for 3 minutes, Madman did not hesitate to use his trump card, and even his internal organs were severely injured. Ningyu saw it clearly. If Madman was not treated as soon as possible, then Madman would probably spend the rest of his life in bed. All right, Lin Lang was not a person without a sense of propriety. He turned his head, came to Madman, and began to treat Madman. Although Lin Lang's medical skills were not very good, But stabilizing Madman's injuries was not a problem. Damn it! Seeing Ningyu rushing towards him, Qian Shao could not help but curse. His trump card, Gu Adong, who was comparable to an immortal king, had been defeated by Ningyu and taken control. At this time, if he were to fight with Ningyu head-on, it was very likely that he would die on the spot. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and decided to retreat first. In any case, Qianlu had already informed the Northern Venerable. As long as the Northern Venerable rushed to the Qian family, then Ningyu's fate would be very miserable. Run! Qian Shao was not an indecisive person. With a wave of his hands, he immediately tore the void and entered. Want to leave? However, how could Ningyu allow Qian Shao to leave? After Qian Kun's death, Qian Shao was probably the most powerful person in the Qian family. He was the actual controller of the Qian family. Controlling Qian Shao meant controlling the Qian family. Boom! Ningyu punched out, bringing along a violent gale of energy. Ka. All of a sudden, the void cracked, and countless spatial cracks appeared. Bang! Not long after, a figure jumped out of the void and fell heavily to the ground. Qian Shao. That's right, this figure was none other than the current ruler of the Qian family, Qian Shao. If Qian Shao wasn't in a hurry to leave, it would be almost impossible for Ningyu to defeat him in a short time, given his strength. However, his decision to leave gave Ningyu a chance to attack. Ningyu did not disappoint. With just one punch, Qian Shao was blasted out of the void. Poochie! He spat out a mouthful of blood. Qian Shao looked at Ningyu coldly and said fiercely, "This is the Qian family. I'm for the Qian family." Puff! Before Qian Shao could finish his words, Ningyu punched him in the chest. Crack! The sound of his ribs breaking caused Qian Shao to spit out another mouthful of blood. Open your mind. Ningyu chased after him and stepped on Qian Shao's head with his right foot. He said in a deep voice, "You only have one chance. Open your mind and let me control it, or die." As the word die was heard, Ningyu's aura erupted. Hiss! Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Ningyu, Qian Shao couldn't help but gasp. At this time, he had already given up. Originally, he thought that if he used all his trump cards, he could fight against Ningyu head-on. At the very least, he could hold on for a few hours. But now, he knew that he was wrong, and he was extremely wrong. Even if he used all his trump cards, he would still be quickly defeated by Ningyu. At most an hour, no, at most half an hour, Ningyu would be able to defeat him. If I open my mind, will you spare my life? Qian Shao asked, shivering. Stupid. Ningyu rolled his eyes and said coldly, I really don't know how you cultivated to the 5th stage half-step immortal king. All right, I will open my mind. Qian Shao was not a hothead. Ningyu was already angry. If he delayed any longer, Ningyu would definitely kill him. Taking a deep breath, Qian Shao closed his eyes and completely opened his mind. Swoosh! Ningyu separated a wisp of soul force from his body and entered Qian Shao's sea of consciousness. Boom! The sudden addition of soul force in his sea of consciousness made Qian Shao's head explode. Qian Shao was very clear. From now on, his life was completely in the hands of Ningyu. He could only live if Ningyu let him live. If Ningyu wanted him to die, he would definitely die. Even if Northern Venerable came to the Qin clan, his ending would not change much. Unless Northern Venerable could defeat Ningyu and control Ningyu. Otherwise, he would still be controlled by Ningyu. Swish! After controlling Qian Shao, Ningyu did not waste any time and squatted down beside the madman. Pa! He stretched out his right hand and placed it on Qian Shao's back. Chi. Endless energy flowed out from his body and entered the madman's body, starting to treat him. A part of the energy came from Ningyu, and the other part was from Ninglu. Ninglu was the world tree. The energy in his body was mixed with some blood and could perfectly treat the madman. Ka. As the energy entered his body, the madman's internal organs began to heal at a terrifying speed. Drip. Time passed minute by minute. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes passed. Phew! As the madman exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, His mental state had recovered to its peak. Seeing the madman's changes, Lin Lang's mouth opened slightly and his face was full of disbelief. He was in charge of treating the madman just now and knew how serious the madman's injuries were. He thought that only an intermediate Immortal King expert could treat the madman, and it was very likely that there would be repercussions. Who would have thought? Ningyu used only 10 minutes to completely treat the madman's injuries. He would not believe the situation before, even if he was beaten to death. Thank you. Feeling the changes in his body, the madman cupped his fists at Ningyu and said, "You gave me this life. In the future, if you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you do 5 things unconditionally." Only 5? Ningyu rolled his eyes and said, "I thought you would say that from today onwards. Your life belongs to me. If you have any requests, I can do it." The madman said solemnly. Don't. Ningyu quickly shook his head and said, "I'm joking with you. Let's quickly plunder the Qian family's treasure vault. If we delay, there will be changes." Changes? What changes can happen? Lin Lang was puzzled. Boom! At this moment, the space in front suddenly exploded and 2 figures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Chapter 2409. Chapter 2409. Chapter 2. For 09 Immortal King Divine Armor. Northern Venerable. Qian Xiao was the most excited when the Northern Venerable appeared. His face was filled with ecstasy. However, Qian Xiao was just about to ask Qian Xiao for help when he thought of his current situation. He was already controlled by Ningyu. A single thought from Ningyu, and he would die on the spot. At the thought of this, Qian Xiao broke out in cold sweat. He stole a glance at Ningyu and realized that Ningyu didn't have much of shadow, so he returned to normal. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, Ningyu might have killed him on the spot. Release Qian Xiao. The Northern Venerable's first sentence was a cold reprimand. You have already killed Qian Kun and committed a heinous crime. Are you still going to be ruthless? Ruthless? Ningyu looked at the Northern Venerable with interest. What do you think I should do? What else can you do? Release Qian Xiao, kneel down, and kowtow to him to admit your mistake. Then, take out all the good stuff on you. The Venerable of the North continued. Most importantly, you have to leave the Qian family's treasure trove immediately. Everything in the Qian family's treasure trove belongs to me. Where you are standing now is my territory. I see. Ningyu was still curious why the Northern Venerable would come to help Qian Xiao. It turned out that Qian Xiao had paid the price of the Qian clan's treasure trove. This price could not be said to be small. Lin Lang, frenzied, you guys are in charge of searching the treasure trove. I will hold the Northern Venerable back. Ningyu turned to look at Lin Lang and frenzied. You guys have to look carefully and take everything away. Don't leave any treasures for them. Don't worry, I'm good at this. Lin Lang smiled and flew towards the depths of the treasure trove. Be careful. Frenzied reminded him before leaving with Lin Lang. Good, very good. Very good. The Venerable of the North looked on coldly. When Lin Lang and Madman entered the depths of the treasury, Lin Lang's face was terrifyingly cold. What's good about it? If you want to fight, then fight. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Ningyu leaped up and landed on Gu Adong's shoulder as he said, I also want to see exactly how strong an Immortal King is. Would he be as weak as Qian Kun? Even 2 Qian Kun are my match. A cold light shot out of the Venerable One of the North's eyes as he attacked Ningyu. Chi. Wherever the cold light passed, the air gave way and a vacuum appeared. In the blink of an eye, the cold light arrived in front of Ningyu, ruthlessly blasting towards Ningyu's head. The power of this cold light had reached its pinnacle. Even if a peerless expert like Qian Xiao utilized his trump card, it would be impossible for him to resist an ordinary 5th stage half-step Immortal King. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the cold light struck Gu Adong's chest. The result was not satisfactory. The strength of Gu Adong's body had reached the Immortal King level. The cold light cast by the Venerable One of the North did not even leave a mark on Gu Adong's body. Immortal King Puppet. The Venerable One of the North's face became extremely solemn. If there was only Ningyu, he could naturally kill him easily. However, now that there was an immortal king puppet, it would be very difficult for him to kill Ningyu. And there was not much time left for him. The Venerable One of the West, Tai Muqiang, would probably arrive in half an hour. If he could not kill Ningyu within half an hour, he would probably be besieged by Tai Muqiang and the Venerable One of the West. Taking a deep breath, the Venerable One of the North looked coldly at Ningyu and said in a deep voice, "I admit that I underestimated you. However, if you only have this little strength, then I can only apologize to you." Sorry. Ningyu also said, "If you only have this little strength, then you will probably end up the same as Qian Chao." Swish! The Venerable One of the North turned his head and looked at Qian Chao. Then, his face became extremely gloomy. As an immortal king, he could naturally see that Qian Chao had been controlled by Ningyu. He was a dignified immortal king. How could he be controlled by Ningyu? Courting death. With a gloomy face, the Venerable One of the North rose from the ground and charged at Ningyu again. "Gu Adong, I will transfer energy to you. You go and stop the Venerable One of the North." The energy in Ningyu's body was injected into Gu Adong's body. Then, Ningyu rose from the ground and went straight into the depths of the treasure pavilion. The reason why Ningyu asked Gu Adong to stop the Venerable One of the North was that he found something in the depths of the treasure pavilion. That thing was extremely precious. It could be said that, if Ningyu could get that thing, then with his strength, defeating the Venerable One of the North would be a piece of cake. Not good. Seeing Ningyu dashing into the depths of the treasure pavilion, the Venerable One of the North turned pale with fright. Ningyu was in such a hurry to go to the depths of the treasure pavilion. There must be only one purpose, and that was to snatch the armor in the depths. Immortal King Divine Armor. It was not the same as the ordinary Immortal King armor. The armor in the depths of the Qian family's treasure pavilion was called Immortal King Divine Armor. Its level had reached the terrifying late-stage Immortal King. What was the concept of a late-stage Immortal King armor? Even an ordinary 5th-stage half-step Immortal King could compete with a real Immortal King with it. Once Ningyu put it on, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, even if the Venerable One of the North had to risk his life, he would never let Ningyu get that armor. "Get out of my way." The Venerable One of the North roared and did not hesitate to burn his blood essence to increase his strength. He punched at Gu Adong's chest. Crack! This time, as the Venerable One of the North attacked with all his might, a crack appeared on Gu Adong's chest. Although the crack was not very obvious, it still had a great impact on Gu Adong. Not surprisingly, Gu Adong's combat effectiveness had dropped by at least half. Rumble. With a drop in combat effectiveness, he was naturally no match for the Venerable One of the North. It only took a dozen seconds for Gu Adong to be defeated, and there were more than a dozen cracks all over his body. Swoosh! After defeating Gu Adong, the Venerable One of the North did not seize control, but rushed to the depths of the treasure pavilion. However, at this moment, a remnant shadow suddenly swept out from the depths of the treasure pavilion. This remnant shadow was wearing a golden armor, and wherever it passed, there was a violent energy fluctuation. Gulp! Seeing the newcomer. Before the Venerable One of the North had any reaction, Qian Chao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Qian Chao naturally knew what the golden armor was. It was the most valuable magic treasure in the Qian family's treasure pavilion. Late-stage Immortal King Divine Armor. This armor was the family treasure of the Qian family in the Oriental City. Ha ha ha! Venerable One of the North, take this. Wearing the Immortal King Divine Armor, Ningyu laughed and punched at the head of the Venerable One of the North. Damn it! Seeing Ningyu rushing toward him, the Venerable One of the North cursed and immediately retreated. The Venerable One of the North did not want to take Ningyu's punch head-on. His idea was very simple. He would first retreat to Gu Adong's side and use Gu Adong to fight against Ningyu. As for him, Chapter 24:10. Chapter 24:10. Chapter 24:10. Wrong guess, however. Dreams were plentiful, but reality was harsh. Although Gu Adong was severely injured and there were several cracks on his body, he was still under Ningyu's control. Before the Northern Venerable could reach Gu Adong, Ningyu controlled Gu Adong to attack the Northern Venerable. Damn it! Seeing Gu Adong attacking him, the Northern Venerable couldn't help but curse. He was in a very dangerous situation at the moment. There was Gu Adong before and Ningyu behind. If he couldn't get rid of this danger as soon as possible, then what awaited him would be a fierce battle. Taking a deep breath, the Northern Venerable decided to defeat Gu Adong first. After all, Ningyu was wearing a late-stage Immortal King armor, and his combat power was extremely terrifying. In a one-on-one fight, it would be difficult for him to get rid of Ningyu in a short period of time. The Northern Venerable was not an indecisive person. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Gu Adong's chest with a violent wind. Crack! Gu Adong, who already had some cracks, was hit by the Northern Venerable and his body shattered on the spot. Explode! In the distance, when Ningyu saw Gu Adong's body explode, he immediately triggered the energy in his core. Boom! Along with a rumbling sound, Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Gu Adong's head immediately exploded. Whoosh! Countless fragments of the explosion flew towards the Venerable of the North in an overwhelming manner. Each fragment was as hard as an ordinary early-stage Immortal King martial artist. Oh no! Looking at the fragments that filled the sky, the Northern Venerable immediately released the energy in his body and formed an energy shield around him. Crack, crack, crack. However, the energy shield that the Northern Venerable cast was obviously unable to withstand the attack of the fragments. Soon, the energy shield was completely shattered. Bang! At this moment, Ningyu chased after the Northern Venerable and punched the Northern Venerable's chest. Poochie! The huge force from his chest caused the Northern Venerable to spit blood and his body to fly out. After steadying himself, the Venerable of the North lifted his right hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He then glared coldly at Ningyu and growled, "I'm the governor of North City, the Venerable of the North. I'll show you what cruelty is for treating me like this today." Ningyu rolled his eyes. The Venerable of the North was really funny. The two of them had already fought to this extent. Was he really going to let the Venerable one of the North go? A late Immortal King battle armor is indeed good. Ningyu secretly checked the armor he was wearing and was very satisfied. Once the grade of the battle armor reached the late Immortal King stage, it could store some energy for active use in battle. Unfortunately, the Immortal King Divine armor that Ningyu had obtained from the Qian clan's treasure pavilion contained a lot of energy. Ningyu had used some of his energy when he was fighting with the Venerable of the North. Otherwise, while Ningyu could have defeated the Northern Venerable one, it would not have been as easy as it was now. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Ningyu defeated the Venerable of the North, the Madman and Lin Lang sped over from afar. The Madman held an interspatial ring in his hand, while Lin Lang held two interspatial rings in his hand. Here, Lin Lang flicked his wrist and threw one of the interspatial rings to Ningyu. Pa! Ningyu caught the interspatial ring firmly, with a slightly surprised expression. His perception of Lin Lang had always been inward and not outward. Now that Lin Lang had thrown him an interspatial ring, it had obviously exceeded his expectations. Actually, after he obtained the Immortal King Divine armor, he no longer cared about the items in the Qian clan's treasure pavilion. Don't say that I'm taking advantage of you. I took 30% of the treasures in the Qian clan's treasure pavilion. The Madman took 30%, and your interspatial ring has a total of 40%. Lin Lang's face was full of vigilance, afraid that Ningyu would fight with him. After all, there was an intermediate Immortal King Divine armor in his interspatial ring. That armor was monopolized by him. As for the armor that Ningyu was wearing, he didn't know its true grade. If he knew, he would probably curse angrily. Got it. Ningyu casually threw the interspatial ring into the Red Devil sword, then moved his feet and walked towards the Venerable of the North. Ningyu's speed wasn't too fast, but every step he took was like a huge rock that weighed thousands of kilograms on the Venerable of the North's heart. making him feel very depressed. "What are you trying to do?" The Venerable of the North looked at Ningyu coldly and said fiercely, "I'm different from Qian Kun and the Venerable of the East. If you want to kill me, I can only apologize to you. Even if I die, I will drag someone down with me and perish together with you." Sha. Ningyu stopped in his tracks, looked at the Venerable of the North with interest, and said, "Please start your performance and perish together with me." "You." The Venerable of the North didn't expect Ningyu to act like this. For a moment, he was speechless. The reason why he said those harsh words wasn't because he really wanted to perish together with Ningyu, but because he wanted to threaten Ningyu to spare his life. Now that Ningyu had done the opposite, he was a little flustered. "What about you?" Ningyu shrugged and said, "There's only one chance. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get it again." "Umph." The Venerable of the North snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. He didn't believe that Ningyu would kill him, because he was an immortal king powerhouse after all. Ningyu had even controlled Qian Chao, who was half a step to the immortal king realm, let alone him. If he guessed correctly, Ningyu would definitely let him relax. However, this time, the Venerable of the North was obviously thinking too much. Ningyu wasn't arrogant enough to control an immortal king powerhouse. With his cultivation of half a step to the immortal king realm, it was rather difficult to control the Venerable of the North, who was infinitely close to the peak of the early immortal king realm. Therefore, his idea was rather simple. He would kill the Venerable of the North and use the energy in his body to break through to the 5th stage to the immortal king realm. Then, he would go to the North City and plunder everything in the City Lord's mansion. "Lin Lang, I have a good thing for you to do." Ningyu rolled his eyes and transmitted his voice to Lin Lang. "Go kill the Venerable of the North. I'll give you half of his things." "I'll give you half." Lin Lang swore on the spot. "Give me half. Even if you give me 90%, I wouldn't dare to do it, let alone half. I'm not even a half step to the immortal king realm. Even if the Venerable of the North stood still and let me slash him, I wouldn't be able to hurt him. After all, the Venerable of the North's body was already at the immortal king realm. I'll give it all to you." Ningyu clenched his teeth and seemed to have made a difficult decision. He said, "Other than the energy, everything else in the Venerable of the North's body is yours." "Are you serious?" There would always be courageous people with great rewards. Humans died for wealth, and birds died for food. In order to get the treasures in the Venerable of the North's body, Lin Lang was going all out. "Of course." Ningyu nodded. "Watch the Venerable of the North for me and prevent him from attacking me." Chapter 2411. Chapter 2411. Chapter 2411 Arrive. "What are you doing?" Seeing Lin Lang walking towards him, the Northern Venerable's expression changed, and he bellowed, "I am the City Lord of North City. Am I here to court death?" To be honest, if someone told the Northern Venerable that Lin Lang was here to kill him, he would probably laugh his head off, because Lin Lang's cultivation was not even at the level of a half-step immortal king. He could easily kill such a weak chicken, even if he was severely injured. "Ningyu asked me to come and hit you." Lin Lang was smart. He would not admit that he was here to kill the Northern Venerable. Lin Lang rolled his eyes and said, "You also know that Ningyu has some special hobbies. If I can't satisfy him, he'll probably skin me alive. So you just have to suffer a little and let me hit you." "Special hobbies?" The Northern Venerable was confused. He did not know what special hobbies Ningyu had. Could it be that all geniuses had hobbies? Just as he was thinking, Lin Lang had already come to his side. "Get lost." The Northern Venerable shouted at Lin Lang, "I will give you one last chance. Get lost or die." Boom! While they were talking, the Northern Venerable suddenly exerted his aura and pressed towards Lin Lang. However, Lin Lang did not seem to be affected by the aura of the Northern Venerable. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the Northern Venerable with interest, saying, "Don't be so stingy. I will just hit your head. It's not like you will die." "Get lost," the Northern Venerable said fiercely. "There is a limit to my patience. I hope you will not challenge my limit." "How boring." Lin Lang rolled his eyes and said, Actually, although Lin Lang looked calm on the surface, he was actually not. Deep down, he was extremely nervous. If Ning Yu had not blocked the aura of the Northern Venerable for him, he would have peed his pants. That's right, he would pee his pants. After all, Lin Lang was not even a half-step immortal king. It was hard for him to stay calm in the face of a real immortal king. Die. The Venerable One of the North was successfully enraged by Lin Lang. He roared and charged at Lin Lang. Oh my God! Ning! Lin Lang's face changed when he saw the Northern Venerable One charging toward him. He cursed and wanted to turn around to ask Ning Yu for help. However, just as Lin Lang turned around, he saw a shadow flash past him. Ning Yu. This shadow was none other than Ning Yu. Ning Yu was so quick that he arrived before the Northern Supremacy in the blink of an eye. He clenched his right fist and punched the Northern Venerable One's head when he was caught off guard. Rumble. All of a sudden, the Venerable of the North's head exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. At this moment, the Northern Reverend, who was at the early stage of the Celestial King realm, was killed by Ning Yu on the spot. Hiss! In the distance, the madman and Qian Chao gasped when they saw the Venerable of the North's death. You should know, the Venerable of the North was different from Qian Kun and the Venerable of the East. When Ning Yu killed Qian Kun and the Venerable of the East, they suppressed their cultivation to the fourth stage of the Celestial King realm. But now, the Venerable of the North did not suppress his cultivation. The fact that Ning Yu could kill him was enough to show that his strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. You did well. After killing the Venerable of the North, Ning Yu patted Lin Lang's shoulder and said, "If you hadn't lured the Venerable of the North, I wouldn't have been able to kill him." Lin Lang's face darkened. In the end, he was just a bait. You said that the thing on the Venerable of the North is mine. Lin Lang recovered very quickly. He did not care if he was a bait or not. As long as he could obtain the thing on the Venerable of the North, all his risks would be worth it. Swoosh! His figure flashed. Lin Lang quickly came to the side of the Venerable of the North. He reached out his right hand and began to search his body. After searching for a few minutes, Lin Lang then retracted his hand. There was a stone of 2 realms lying alone in his palm. Damn it! Lin Lang was so angry that his nose was crooked. He initially thought that he could get something from the Venerable of the North. Who would have thought that the Venerable of the North was so poor? You, a dignified immortal king powerhouse, actually only had a 2-realm stone. Lin Lang was extremely angry. He was really unlucky for 8 lifetimes. Get ready. Let's go to the City Lord's mansion. Ning did not care how angry Lin Lang was. He stomped on the ground and headed outside. The Qian clan's forbidden area was the treasure pavilion. Now that everything in the treasure pavilion had been plundered, there was no need to stay. His next destination was the City Lord's mansion of Oriental City. He had killed the Venerable of the East in Broken Cliff City. Oriental City would definitely have to pay a price. Otherwise, wouldn't he be challenged by the Venerable of the East for no reason? Swoosh! However, when Ning Yu and Lin Lang arrived at the main entrance of the Qian clan, they saw several figures appearing. Xiao Wenqing. Ning Yu did not know them, but Qian Chao knew them very well. Not long ago, Qian Chao had begged Xiao Wenqing for help in the City Lord's mansion, but Xiao Wenqing had rejected him flatly. Now that he saw Xiao Wenqing again, Qian Chao felt like he was seeing his enemy. Qian Chao. Qian Chao was angry when he saw Xiao Wenqing. Xiao Wenqing was a little confused when he saw Qian Chao, because he found that Qian Chao was with Ning Yu and frenzied. Didn't Ning Yu kill Qian Kun? Why was Qian Chao still with him? Xiao Wenqing was very puzzled. Who is he? Ning Yu pointed at Xiao Wenqing and turned his head to ask. Someone from the City Lord's mansion. After the Venerable of the East was killed by you, he became the actual controller of the City Lord mansion. Qian Chao said fiercely. The City Lord mansion has more treasures than the Qian clan. The last time I went to the City Lord's mansion, I sensed a flying sword of the late Immortal King level. Late Immortal King? Ning Yu frowned slightly. Since when was it so easy to encounter a magic treasure of the late Immortal King level? That's right, it's the late Immortal King level. In order to drag Xiao Wenqing down with him, Qian Chao said in a deep voice. There are many good things in the city lord's mansion. I can bring you there to look for them. If you can't find them, I will twist my head off and let you use it as a chamber pot. It could be seen. Qian Chao had completely thrown caution to the wind. He no longer cared about anything else. As long as he could drag Xie Wenqing down with him, he felt that everything was worth it. You are Ningyu? Xie Wenqing was not a fool. From the conversation between Qian Chao and Ningyu, he could tell that Qian Chao was already under Ningyu's control. However, his strength was stronger than Qian Chao's. Ningyu could defeat Qian Chao, but he might not be able to defeat him. Moreover, he boasted that if he were to fight against Venerable Dongfang and Qian Kun, who were at the fourth stage of the half-step Immortal King realm, he would be able to defeat them just like Ningyu. Therefore, he was full of confidence against Ningyu this time. Chapter 24:12. Chapter 24:12. Chapter 24:12. Black Lymphed. Hearing Xie Wenqing's provocative words, before Ningyu could react, Lin Lang couldn't help but laugh. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen someone as arrogant as Xie Wenqing. Ningyu could even kill the Northern Reverend, who was an immortal king, let alone Xie Wenqing, who was only a level 5 half-step immortal king. Coincidentally, Ningyu was going to plunder the City Lord's mansion. Now that Xie Wenqing had come with the experts of the City Lord's mansion, it saved him a lot of trouble. What are you laughing at? If you laugh again, I'll twist your head off. Xie Wenqing looked at Lin Lang coldly and said fiercely, You're not even a level 1 half-step immortal king, and you dare to laugh at me? I think you're tired of living and want to meet the king of hell in advance. You. Lin Lang was furious. He turned to Ningyu and said, Leave him to me later. Don't worry. How can I not agree to your request? You go and deal with Xie Wenqing. Leave the others to Qian Chao and Frenzied. Ningyu patted Lin Lang's shoulder and said, Good. You're good. I knew it. Lin Lang nodded in satisfaction. However, he reacted quickly. Staring at Ningyu suspiciously, Lin Lang asked, What do you mean? Are you going to leave Xie Wenqing to me alone? He's a level 5 half-step immortal king. How can I be his opponent? You know you're not his opponent, yet you're still jumping here? Ningyu rolled his eyes and ignored Lin Lang. He turned to Qian Chao and asked, Can you kill Xie Wenqing? Leave it to me. Qian Chao quickly patted his chest and promised, This is Qian family. Since Xie Wenqing dares to come, I'll make sure he doesn't return. Swoosh! Qian Chao was sensible. Ningyu had given him this opportunity. He must seize it to prove that Ningyu was useful to him and not a waste of soul force. I'll get rid of you first, then I'll kill Ningyu. Looking at Qian Chao, who was rushing toward him, Xie Wenqing's face turned cold. He gathered the energy in his body on his fist and punched out. Ka ka ka! Xie Wenqing's punch was extremely terrifying. Cracks even appeared in the void. So strong? Seeing Xie Wenqing's terrifying punch, Lin Lang's mouth was slightly agape, a little dumbfounded. At this moment, he felt very fortunate. Fortunately, it was Qian Chao who was fighting against Xie Wenqing, not him. Otherwise, he would probably die on the spot. Madman, if you were to fight Xie Wenqing, would you be able to kill him? Ningyu crossed his arms in front of his chest and said to the madman beside him, 30%. Madman's expression was extremely solemn as he stared at the two parties fighting. 30%? Ningyu had already made up his mind. 30% meant that Madman wasn't confident that he could kill Xie Wenqing. In a battle between experts, if one didn't have confidence, then the chances of winning would drop a little. In other words, if Madman were to fight against Xie Wenqing, his chances of winning would only be 20% or even 10%. As expected of a force that had produced an immortal king, Ningyu didn't say anything else. He asked this question not because he looked down on Madman, but because he wanted to let Madman know that there was always someone better than him. Actually, Ningyu thought very highly of Madman. He was very talented and very resilient. With some nurturing, he would definitely be a peak combat force. During this trip to the Immortal Court, Ningyu knew that he would definitely be monitored by Tai Muqiang, the Western Venerable, and even Xiao Duanya. Under such circumstances, it was imperative to nurture his own force. Not killing Qian Chao and not taking the initiative to fight against Xie Wenqing were all preparations made by Ningyu. Otherwise, if Xie Wenqing jumped like that just now, Ningyu would have already killed him. Why would he wait until now? Rumble. While Ningyu was still thinking about what time Muqiang and the Western Venerable would say, the battle over there was coming to an end. That's right, the battle was coming to an end. On the surface, it seemed that Xie Wenqing was very powerful and had the help of many experts from the City Lord's mansion. However, in the end, Xie Wenqing was defeated by Qian Chao. Bang! After defeating Xie Wenqing, Qian Chao dragged the latter's shoulder and threw him in front of Ningyu, saying, "Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. You can leave first." Ningyu waved his hand and said, "Plunder everything from the people of the City Lord's mansion, and then guard outside. I have something to ask Xie Wenqing." Yes, Qian Chao knew that he must ask what he should ask, and he must not ask what he shouldn't ask. He hurriedly got up and walked outside. "What are you guys still standing there for?" After Qian Chao left, Ningyu looked at Lin Lang and Madman and said, "Are you going to stay for the new year?" "Stingy," Lin Lang complained, then followed Qian Chao and left. From Lin Lang's point of view, for Ningyu to keep Xie Wenqing, it must be because Xie Wenqing had something good on him. Otherwise, Ningyu would definitely control Xie Wenqing directly and not waste time like now. "I have a few questions to ask you." Ningyu extended a finger and went straight to the point. "What is the relationship between the Eastern Venerable and Xiao Duanya?" This question puzzled Ningyu for a long time. It was said that they were superior and subordinate, but it didn't seem like it. It was even more unlikely to say that they were friends. Xiao Duanya came from a super-celestial kingdom in the Celestial Court, and the Eastern Venerable and the other 3 city lords also came from super-celestial kingdoms. Xie Wenqing explained, "It's just that the super-celestial kingdom that Xiao Duanya came from is extremely powerful. In recent years, it has firmly suppressed the other 4 super-celestial kingdoms, so he can control Broken Cliff City, while the other venerables control the smaller city lords." "I see." Ningyu nodded. Ningyu didn't believe that Xie Wenqing would lie to him. After all, there was no need for Xie Wenqing to lie to him about this matter. The loss outweighed the gain. Whoosh! At this moment, outside the Qian family's main gate, the void split open, and 2 martial artists appeared. These 2 martial artists were none other than the Western Venerable and Tai Muqiang. They knew that Ningyu had come to the Qian family, and that the Qian family had informed the Northern Venerable, so they rushed over immediately to prevent any accidents. Who would have thought? Just as they arrived outside the Qian family, they saw Qian Chao standing there like a door god. "What's going on?" The Western Venerable was a little confused. He looked at Qian Chao, then looked at Tai Muqiang, and said doubtfully, "Ningyu couldn't have been killed by Qian Chao, right?" "We'll know if we ask." Tai Muqiang looked at Qian Chao and asked in a deep voice, "Where's Ningyu?" "Don't worry, Ningyu is fine now." Lin Lang, who was at the side, curled his lips and said, "Ningyu, that kid's luck is really good, to actually receive the favor of 3 great celestial kings." "You are." Tai Muqiang looked at Lin Lang and said with a frown. Lin Lang's face was full of black lines. "Is my presence that weak? You're in Celestial King, after all, and have a photographic memory. I don't believe you don't know that I came to the Qian family with Ningyu." Chapter 24:13. Heavenly Demon Genius. "I remember now." Tai Muqiang patted his head and asked, "You said that Ningyu is fine now. Why didn't I see him?" "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" Lin Lang thought this in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. Creak! Just as Lin Lang was about to slander Ningyu, the door of the Qian residence suddenly opened from the inside, and Ningyu and Xie Wenqing walked out side by side. As soon as they came out, Ningyu said to Tai Muqiang, "Sorry, I had something to do just now, so I came out a bit late." "It's fine." Tai Muqiang waved his hand, indicating that Ningyu didn't need to mind. He might not have noticed it before, but now he noticed that Qian Chao's expression became extremely nervous after Ningyu came out. Obviously, Qian Chao was already under Ningyu's control. "I heard that Northern Venerable is here, Where is he now? At this moment, Western Venerable asked. Western Venerable had already received the news. Northern Venerable of North City was hired by the Qian clan with a large sum of money to fight against Ningyu. Now that he didn't see him, there were only two possibilities. First, Northern Venerable didn't come. Second, Northern Venerable was convinced by Ningyu. Either way, Western Venerable was very shocked. After all, Northern Venerable was a genuine immortal king, different from Qian Kun and Eastern Venerable whom Ningyu had killed previously. No matter how strong Ningyu was, he was definitely not a match for Northern Venerable. Dead. Ningyu didn't intend to hide it, and he said directly, Northern Venerable attacked me, and I killed him. Even his corpse was refined. I plan to go to North City next. I wonder if the two of you want to go with me. What? Western Venerable and Tai Muqiang exclaimed at the same time when they heard Ning use casual words. Northern Venerable was dead? They thought they understood Ning Yu's strength very well. He could instantly kill a fifth-phase half-step immortal king. However, against a true celestial king, he could only die with a grievance. Now that Ning Yu said that he had killed the Venerable of the North, they would definitely be shocked and confused. Whoosh! His gaze shifted. The Venerable of the West and Tai Muqiang looked at the madman. Madman had always been with Ningyu, so he should be very clear about what happened to the Qian family. The madman did not answer Tai Muqiang and the Western supremacy immediately. Instead, he looked at Ningyu with a questioning look. After getting Ningyu's confirmation, the madman nodded. Ningyu did indeed kill the Northern Venerable. At that time, the Northern Venerable wanted to escape, but Ningyu detonated the immortal king puppets and killed him. A madman was not a hothead. Some things could be said, and some things could not be said. He hid the important parts so that the Western Venerable One and Tai Muqiang would think that Ningyu was able to kill the Northern Venerable One because of the immortal king puppet. Who, as expected, after hearing the madman's explanation, Tai Muqiang and the Western supremacy looked relieved. To them, if Ningyu had really killed the Northern Venerable in a one-on-one fight, it meant that Ningyu had the ability to kill them. Even if it was not enough, he could still fight against them. And this was something that the two of them were very worried about. There are only 2 days left before we go to the Immortal Court. I hope you can prepare yourself. The Western supremacy and Tai Muqiang looked at each other and left a sentence. Then, they moved and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Seeing Tai Muqiang and the Western supremacy leave, Ningyu's expression was calm, without any joy or anger. Ningyu was very clear. After the Northern Venerable, Qian Kun, and the Eastern Venerable were dead, the next enemies he would have to face would probably be the Western supremacy and Tai Muqiang. As for Xiao Duanya, he could not tell where he stood at the moment. Let's go to the city lord's mansion. Ningyu did not waste any time. He glanced at Xie Wenqing and Qian Chao, then stepped on the ground and headed straight to the city lord's mansion. Eastern City Lord's Mansion, Northern City Lord's Mansion. These were Ningyu's next destinations. Before going to the Immortal Court, what Ningyu needed to do was to raise his cultivation base to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King. If Frenzied was willing to stand on the same side as him, he did not mind helping Frenzied to make a qualitative leap in Frenzied strength. Of course, if Frenzied was unwilling, he would not force him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Ningyu was swift and decisive in his work. In just a few minutes, they arrived at the City Lord's Mansion of Eastern City. Due to the death of the City Lord, Eastern supremacy, and the control of Xie Wenqing, the huge City Lord's Mansion was now without a leader. Ningyu did not care about the chaos in the City Lord's Mansion. He let Xie Wenqing lead the way and went straight to the treasure pavilion of the City Lord's Mansion. Creak. As the door of the treasure pavilion of the City Lord's Mansion was pushed open, a terrifying aura suddenly spread out from inside. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Immediately after, 3 cold lights sped over, blasting towards Ningyu, Lin Lang, and Frenzied. Slash. This time, Ningyu chose to take the initiative to attack. He drew out the red demon sword and slashed out 3 times. Ka ka ka. The 3 cold lights were shattered on the spot under the attack of the red demon sword. Follow me in. Ningyu moved and was the first to enter the treasure pavilion. Behind him, Lin Lang, frenzied, Qian Chao, and Xiao Wenqing did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. After searching for half an hour in the treasure pavilion of the city lord's mansion, Ningyu and the others came out. After coming out, Ningyu's expression did not change much, but Lin Lang and frenzied looked ecstatic. Immortal King Battle Armor. The things in the treasure pavilion of the city lord's mansion were much fewer than the Qian clan's treasure pavilion. There were 2 Immortal King Battle Armors, both of which were intermediate Immortal King, as Ningyu wanted to nurture frenzied and Lin Lang. Plus, he already had 2 intermediate Immortal King Battle Armors and 1 advanced Immortal King Battle Armor. He did not compete with Lin Lang and the others. In addition to the Immortal King Battle Armor, Ningyu also found tens of thousands of 2 Realm Stones. After casually putting the 2 Realm Stones into the Red Demon's sword, Ningyu got up and wanted to go to the North City Lord's mansion to search again. Whoosh! However, as soon as Ningyu left the City Lord's mansion, he saw a familiar figure. Yang Yuming. That's right. The person was none other than the young martial artist who had a bet with Mo Chong at the Cliff Graham meeting. Ningyu, this is for you. After seeing Ningyu, Yang Yuming threw a space ring to Ningyu. Pa! Ningyu raised his right hand and caught the space ring firmly in his hand. After releasing his perception and probing a little, Ningyu asked, "Why are you giving me the 2 Realm Stones? I don't think there's any relationship between us." Haha, of course there's a relationship between us. Yang Yuming smiled and said, "I won these 20,002 Realm Stones from Mo Chong. They belong to you. Tell me, why did you come to see me?" Ningyu kept the 2 Realm Stones and asked. There was no free lunch in the world. Since Yang Yuming gave him the 2 Realm Stones, he definitely had something to say. Cough, cough. Chapter 2414. Bootlicker, an exceptional genius among the Sky Fiends. Ningyu was slightly surprised. One should know that the 4 major cities, including Broken Cliff City, all had immortal kings. In the whole world, apart from the Immortal Court, these 5 major cities were probably the safest. But now Yang Yuming said that there was a Sky Fiend genius in North City. Could it be that the Sky Fiends had already started to attack the 4 major cities? Taking a deep breath, Ningyu asked, "Are there any immortal kings among them?" Ningyu did not care about the number of Sky Fiends. What he was concerned about was whether there were immortal kings among the Sky Fiends. If there were immortal kings, he would not mess around with Yang Yuming. After all, he did not know much about the immortal kings among the Sky Fiends. If he encountered a powerful Sky Fiend immortal king, he would be courting death. There are 2 immortal kings, but Yang Yuming answered honestly. This is for you. Before Yang Yuming finished speaking, Ningyu flicked his wrist and threw the 20,002 Realm Stones back. What a joke. With a Sky Fiend immortal king there, why would he go North City? To court death? Ningyu knew what he was capable of. With his current strength, he could go against experts who had just entered the Celestial King realm, and he could even easily kill them. If he encountered a peak early stage immortal king, he could rely on his Immortal King Divine Armor to fight or kill him. However, if he encountered an intermediate stage Immortal King, he would not even have the chance to escape. After all, intermediate stage Immortal King and early stage Immortal King were 2 completely different concepts. It could be said that, even if 10 early stage Immortal Kings joined forces, they would definitely not be a match for an intermediate stage Immortal King. Reality was just that cruel. I'm not done yet. Yang Yuming did not know whether to laugh or cry as he threw the 2 Realm Stones back to Ningyu. It was true that there was a Sky Fiend Immortal King in North City, but he also had 2 Immortal King powerhouses by his side. And the news he received was that there was only 1 Sky Fiend Immortal King in North City, and it was only an early stage Immortal King. To deal with such a Sky Fiend Immortal King, there was no need for the powerhouses he brought. Just him and Ning, you could easily kill him. Pa! Ningyu was not stupid. Since Yang Yuming said this, it meant that he had absolute confidence. Ningyu stretched out his right hand and caught the Dimension Stone firmly, and then he said, "I want to know exactly how many Immortal Kings are behind you." Although Ningyu knew that there were Immortal Kings behind Yang Yuming, He wasn't sure how many. Because if a celestial king wanted to focus on concealing his aura, it would be very difficult for him to detect it. Immortal king. Yang Yuming didn't intend to hide it from Ningyu. He stretched out 2 fingers and said, I have 2 immortal king powerhouses on my side, plus you and I. Even if we encounter an intermediate immortal king heavenly demon, we can still contend a little. Chin, dash. Yang Yuming was also a person who liked to brag without any preparation. Merely 2 immortal kings and a few 5th-stage half-step immortal kings wanted to contend against an intermediate immortal king stage heavenly devil? This was no different from a fool's ravings. You should know, the combined strength of a celestial king middle stage celestial devil was comparable to a human martial artist at the peak of the middle stage celestial king middle stage. The Sky Fiend's battle prowess was not to be underestimated. In a one-on-one battle, there was a 90% chance that a human martial artist would be defeated if they were of the same cultivation level. I can follow you to North City, Ningyu said. However, I want to know the purpose of our trip to North City. Don't tell me it's to kill a Sky Fiend genius. I can't hide anything from you. Yang Yuming smiled and said, there's a heavenly demon genius who has a very high position among the heavenly demons. He has 2 peerless treasures among the heavenly demons. Peerless treasure? Ningyu raised his eyebrows. A peak stage celestial king tier battle armor and a peak stage celestial king tier flying sword. Yang Yuming said in a voice that only he and Ningyu could hear, as he was determined to shock them to death. What the F***CK? Ningyu cursed on the spot. Peak immortal king stage battle armor and flying sword? What was the identity of that Sky Fiend genius to actually carry such things with him? But very quickly, Ningyu calmed down. There was no free lunch in the world. That Sky Fiend genius definitely had some trump cards to dare to enter North City. How about it? After this is done, we'll each have one. I'll let you choose first. Yang Yuming continued. Ningyu didn't answer Yang Yuming immediately. Instead, he frowned slightly and pondered in his heart. This matter sounded simple, but it wasn't. Let's not talk about whether or not the Sky Fiend genius had a trump card. Just the Peak Immortal King battle armor and Peak Immortal King stage flying sword were enough to make them suffer. Ningyu had no doubt that if these 2 magic treasures were given to him, he could definitely contend with an intermediate Immortal King stage Immortal King. Okay, I promise you. Ningyu didn't think for long and quickly agreed to Yang Yuming. It wasn't his style to be overcautious and indecisive. As the saying went, you can't catch the wolf without risking the child. The greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. As for Yang Yuming's scheming against him, he felt that the possibility was very low. There's no time to lose. Let's go now. Yang Yuming was an impatient person. He immediately stepped on the ground and rushed out. Lin Lang, Frenzy, you guys. Ningyu turned to look at Lin Lang and Frenzy. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Lang. I'll follow you. With my speed of breaking array formations, I might be able to help you. Lin Lang puffed out his chest and said proudly. I want to go too. Frenzy's tone was milder, but like Lin Lang, he wanted to go to North City. Opportunity and danger coexisted. If they wanted to catch up to Ningyu, they could only take the risk. Otherwise, the gap between them and Ningyu would get bigger and bigger. In the end, Ningyu might have already advanced to intermediate Immortal King, while they were still at the 5th stage half-step Immortal King. All right, but when we reach North City, you guys have to listen to me. No one can act on their own. Helplessly, Ningyu could only compromise. Swish, swish, swish. Next, Ningyu, Lin Lang, Frenzy, the 3 of them sped out and sprinted towards North City. At the same moment, North City, 30 miles east. A group of 4 to 5 martial artists were walking towards North City at a leisurely pace. Looking carefully, the cultivation of these 4 to 5 martial artists were all at the 5th stage half-step Immortal King. Among them, the martial artist in the lead was dressed in blue, holding a folding fan in his hand and looking like a scholar. Life-stealing scholar. The nickname of the martial artist in blue was Life-stealing scholar. Among the sky demons, anyone who dared to offend him would be killed by him. His famous saying was that those who were not of the same race would have different intentions. So, originally, there were more than a dozen people in the blue-clothed cultivators group. Now, there were only 5 people left. Furthermore, they were constantly flattering him. Life-stealing scholar, in this trip to North City, you will definitely get that thing. Chapter 24:15. Chapter 24:15. Chapter 24:15 Heavenly Demon Attack Bang. Just as the white-robed half-step immortal king finished his sentence, the life-stealing scholar lifted his right leg and kicked him hard on the buttocks. The huge force that came from his buttocks caused the body of the 5th stage half-step immortal king in white clothes to fly backward and fall heavily to the ground. Poochie. Fresh blood spurted out, and the aura of the white-robed 5th stage half-step immortal king instantly dropped from 5th stage half-step immortal king to 1st stage half-step immortal king. At this moment, he shouldn't be called by 5th stage half-step immortal king. He could completely change his name to by 1st stage half-step immortal king. Obviously, his flattery had gone too far. If there's a next time die, the life-stealer scholar closed the fan in his hand and said coldly, "If you want to follow me, the life-stealer scholar, you'd better cut the crap. You can only speak when I give you permission. If I ask you to shut up, you better shut up. Do you hear me?" Yes. The remaining 3 5th stage half-step immortal kings replied in unison. Yes. The voice of the 5th stage half-step immortal king in white robes sounded. Gotcha. The white-robe stage 5-stage half-step immortal king was slower by half a beat, which obviously angered the life-stealing scholar. The life-stealing scholar stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. In the blink of an eye, the deadly stealer scholar came before the white-robed stage 5-stage half-step immortal king, exerted a little force on his right hand, and twisted the stage 5-stage half-step immortal king's head. That's right, it was twisted off, not broken. Voila! In an instant, the flesh and blood of the 5th stage half-step immortal king in white splattered everywhere. Just the blood alone flew several meters high. Hiss! The remaining 3 celestial kings gasped inwardly when they saw the miserable state of the celestial king in white robes. They did not dare to show it, because the deadly bookworm was temperamental. If they were to offend him, the consequences would be dire. Let's go to North City. The deadly stealer scholar did not even look at the white-robe stage 5-stage half-step immortal king. His figure flashed as he rushed towards the North City. This trip to North City was of great significance. Whoever could snatch such a thing would be able to obtain a lot of resources and use them to break through to the immortal king stage. There were many emperors among the celestial demons, but none of them had reached the celestial king stage. One could imagine, whoever advanced to the celestial king stage first would be able to seize the initiative and have the chance to ascend to the throne, because they had received definite news that the heavenly devil king would lead the heavenly devil army to attack the immortal court in a few days. At that time, regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the next heavenly devil king would be chosen. Therefore, many sky devil emperors took the initiative to try their luck at the northern city. The one who gave the deadly bookworm the most sense of danger was the divine flame monarch's son. The divine flame emperor's son's cultivation was the same as his, a 5th stage half-step immortal king. However, the divine flame emperor's dharma treasures were peak stage celestial king armor and peak stage celestial king flying sword. As for him, he was wearing a late-stage immortal king battle armor and holding a mid-stage immortal king flying sword. I must snatch that thing before the divine fire emperor. Thinking of this, the life-stealing scholar did not hesitate to burn his blood essence to increase his speed so that he could reach the North City first. As the life-stealing scholar was rushing at full speed, it did not take him long to arrive at the entrance of the North City. However, together with them were Ning Yu and Yang Yumming's group. Seeing Ning Yu and Yang Yumming, the life-stealing scholar's face turned solemn. He initially thought that only the Sky Devil Emperors would pose a threat to him. Who would have thought that he would meet two terrifying human geniuses before he even entered the North City? One of them was a fifth-stage half-step immortal king, while the other was a fourth-stage half-step immortal king. The one who gave him immense pressure was a fourth-stage half-step immortal king. Go and test their strength. The life-stealing scholar waved the folding fan in his hand and said to a fifth-stage half-step immortal king beside him. Understood. The fifth-stage half-step immortal king, who was chosen by the life-stealing scholar, did not dare to hesitate and rushed towards Ningyu and Yang Yuming. Not long later, the fifth-stage half-step immortal king arrived in front of Ningyu and Yang Yuming. Both of you, punch me with all your strength. The fifth-stage half-step immortal king crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at Ningyu and Yang Yuming. What? Ningyu and Yang Yuming looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Have you lost your mind? Although your cultivation base is fifth-stage half-step immortal king, provoking the two of us is no different from courting death. Baldy, do you really want us to punch you? Yang Yuming stared at the fifth-stage half-step immortal king with interest and said, let me remind you that my fist doesn't have eyes. I might kill you with a single punch. I hate it when people call me Baldy. The bald fifth-stage half-step immortal king was enraged and said angrily, if I want you to fight, just do it. What's with all this nonsense? Forget it. Since you don't dare to, I'll make the first move. Swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, the bald fifth-stage half-step immortal king rose from the ground and punched towards Yang Yuming's head with a violent energy gale. You're courting death. Yang Yuming's face turned cold as he looked at the bald martial artist who was charging towards him. He clenched his right fist and punched out. Bang! The two fists collided. Yang Yuming stood where he was and did not move, while the bald martial artist retreated several feet. You overestimate yourself. If I didn't... Yang Yuming curled his lips and said. However, Yang Yuming's words stopped abruptly in the middle of a sentence. At some unknown time, Ningyu had already rushed out. He took out the red devil sword and slashed at the bald martial artist's neck. Wherever the red devil sword passed, the air parted to form a vacuum. Ningyu had given the red devil sword all the Celestial King level armor and flying swords he had obtained, except for the ones in the late-stage Celestial King realm. Therefore, the red devil sword had reached the peak of the late-stage Celestial King realm. Although it had not advanced to the middle-stage Celestial King realm, Ningyu believed that as long as he could get rid of these martial artists, the red devil sword would be able to advance to the middle-stage Celestial King realm. Crack! The red devil sword was extremely fast, and it gradually expanded in front of the bald martial artist's horrified face. In the end, the bald martial artist's neck was cut off, and he died on the spot. What are you doing? Seeing Ningyu kill the bald martial artist, Yang Yuming's mouth was slightly agape. He could not understand. Someone only provoked you a little, and you killed him? You should at least ask for the reason before killing him. They are heavenly demons. In order not to cause panic, Ningyu transmitted his voice to Yang Yuming. There are 3 more heavenly demons over there. I'll deal with the one with the folding fan. The other 2 are yours. Ningyu did this not because he was arrogant, but because the heavenly demon with the folding fan had a lot of good things on him. He needed those things to help the red devil sword advance, so he had to choose the heavenly demon with the folding fan. Otherwise, he would not go looking for trouble. Sure. Yang Yuming seemed to have sensed Ningyu's thoughts. He nodded and said, let's compete to see who can get rid of their opponents first. As soon as he said the word get rid of, Yang Yuming rose from the ground and rushed out at a terrifying speed. Seeing this, Ningyu rolled his eyes. Don't you feel embarrassed? The 2 fifth-stage half-step Celestial Kings that you're dealing with are no match for the heavenly demon with the folding fan that I am dealing with. Ningyu did not waste any time. Chapter 24:16. Chapter 24:16. Chapter 24:16. Condition Rumble. The battle erupted in an instant. Although the 2 sky demons that Yang Yuming was dealing with were at the 5th stage half-step to Immortal King realm, they were extremely weak. Bang! In just one exchange, a 5th stage half-step to Immortal King realm was severely injured. At this rate, The 2/5 stage half-step to Immortal King realm would be killed by Yang Yumming in a few minutes. How dare you? On the other side, the deadly Stealer Scholar waved the folding fan in his hand and stared at Ningyu, who was charging toward him, with interest. He said sinisterly, "Not only did you kill my people, but you even dare to attack me? Hee hee, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." As soon as the word anniversary was uttered, the life-stealing scholar rose from the ground and swung the fan in his hand at Ningyu's head. Gotcha! It was a critical moment. Ningyu took out the red demon sword, and it collided with the life-stealing scholar's fan. A crisp sound was heard. The life-stealing scholar's fan broke into two on the spot. "You have completely infuriated me." The life-stealing scholar's face turned extremely ugly when the fan broke. Although the fan was only at the early stage Immortal King realm, it meant a lot to him. Now that the folding fan was broken by Ningyu, he appeared to be extremely angry. Extremely angry. Swoosh! He flicked his wrist. In an instant, the life-stealing scholar took out his natal flying sword. Mid-stage Immortal King realm, life-demanding sword. The life-demanding sword had reached the peak of the mid-stage Immortal King realm. It was only a step away from the late-stage Immortal King realm. Through the exchange, just now, the life-stealing scholar had already determined the exact level of the red flying sword in Ningyu's hand. If he was not mistaken, the red flying sword was at most a peak-stage Immortal King realm flying sword. Compared to the life-demanding sword, the grade of the red flying sword was one level lower. Under normal circumstances, if the life-demanding sword and the red flying sword collided, the life-demanding sword would definitely win. Ding! However, his ideal was perfect, but reality was harsh. A ding was heard. Ningyu and the life-stealing scholar retreated a few steps at the same time. The red demon sword was fine, but the life-demanding sword had a slight chip on it. How is this possible? The life-stealing scholar turned pale with fright. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen a peak intermediate Immortal King stage flying sword fail to break a peak early Immortal King stage flying sword. Could it be the red flying sword in Ningyu's hand was not at the early stage of the Immortal King realm? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Poochie! Poochie! At this moment, the battle on the side had come to an end. Yang Yumming came from a super immortal domain, and his cultivation base was at the 5th stage of the half-step Immortal King realm. Naturally, he could easily kill 2 heavenly devils who were not particularly strong. I won. After killing the 2 5th stage half-step Immortal King heavenly devils, Yang Yumming turned to look at Ningyu and said, "I'm fighting 1 against 2, but you're fighting 1-on-1. It seems like you need to cultivate well." Hearing Yang Yumming's words, Ningyu rolled his eyes. "How dare you say that?" Crack, crack, crack. Cracking his neck, Ningyu did not bother about Yang Yumming. Instead, he channeled all the energy in his body into the red demon's sword and slashed with it. Whoosh! Suddenly, the void was torn apart and a waist-thick sword radiance flew out from the red demon's sword. Child's play. The life-stealing scholar's eyes turned serious. Although he said it was child's play, he did not relax his grip at all. The next moment, the life-demanding sword shone brightly, and a terrifying sword radiance flew out from the life-demanding sword and collided with the sword radiance that Ningyu had slashed out. Rumble. This time, the collision. The 2 sword radiances shattered and the shockwave spread out in all directions. Whoosh! After the attack, Ningyu chased after him. Strictly speaking, the life-stealing scholar was only slightly weaker than an actual Immortal King. However, Ningyu's strength was much stronger than an ordinary Immortal King's. Perhaps the life-stealing scholar was a peerless genius among the heavenly devils. However, he was destined to die when he encountered Ningyu. Poochie! 3 minutes later, the life-stealing scholar stabbed the life-demanding sword into Ningyu's chest. As for Ningyu, he stabbed the red demon sword into the life-stealing scholar's neck. Although both Ningyu and the life-stealing scholar were wearing Celestial King advanced stage armor. However, it was a pity. The life-stealing scholar's life-demanding sword could not pierce through the Celestial King advanced stage armor. However, Ning Yu's red demon sword had pierced through the life-stealing scholar's neck. You! The life-stealing scholar raised his right hand and pointed at Ning Yu. He then looked down at the red demon sword on his neck. He wanted to say something harsh, but his body fell backward and fell to the ground. At this moment, the heavenly devil emperor's disciple, who was half a step to the celestial king realm, the life-stealing scholar, had died a horrible death. Crack! At the same time, in a luxurious room in the heavenly devil's base camp, a golden badge shuddered for a while before it shattered into pieces. Whoosh! The shattering of the golden token caused the heavenly devil who was guarding the token to turn pale. In this room, a golden token represented a celestial prince. Now that the token had shattered, it meant that one of the celestial princes had been killed. If it was just an ordinary token shattering, the heavenly devil who was guarding the token would not have such an expression. After all, there had been a token shattering every few days for a long time. However, the token that had shattered this time was at the top of the row. The heavenly devils who were able to place their tokens there were the best contenders for the title of Heavenly Devil Emperor. The shorter heavenly devil who was guarding the token dared not delay. He immediately rushed out with the shattered token and went to inform the celestial prince. Whoosh! Ning Yu had no idea what was happening in the heavenly devil's base camp. However, even if he knew, he would just laugh it off. At this moment, he was squatting beside the life-stealing scholar and was searching his body. A moment later, Ning Yu got up. In his hand, there were a few energy stones the size of a fingernail. With a flick of his wrist, Ning Yu threw the energy stones into the red demon sword. He thought about it. Ning Yu then took off the armor that the life-stealing scholar was wearing and threw it to the madman, saying, "You can use this armor first." "Pah!" The madman took the armor and looked at it. He hesitated. "It's too valuable. What do you mean valuable? I'm giving it to you. Just take it. Don't be so wishy-washy like a woman." Ning Yu waved his hand and interrupted the madman, saying, "You can increase your strength by wearing a late-stage Celestial King armor. Otherwise, you'll just be a burden." Ning Yu's tone was rather heavy. Otherwise, the madman would not have accepted the armor. "Thank you." As expected, hearing Ning Yu's words, the madman nodded and said, "I won't let you down." Done. Ning Yu was very satisfied. A late-stage Celestial King armor was enough to bribe the madman. It was a worthwhile trade. "I want it too." Lin Lang leaped and came to Ning Yu's side. He extended his hand and said, "Ning Yu, you can't be biased. You gave the madman a late-stage Celestial King armor. No matter what, you have to give me a mid-stage Celestial King armor." Scram. Chapter 2417. Mid-stage Immortal King Realm Kacha. As if provoked by Ning Yu, Lin Lang suddenly took out a silver-white pill and threw it into his mouth to chew. The pill melted in his mouth and entered Lin Lang's abdomen. Boom! As soon as the pill entered his abdomen, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Lin Lang's body. "I can't believe it." Ning Yu couldn't help but curse when he felt the aura emanating from Lin Lang's body. First stage half-step Immortal King. That's right. Lin Lang had already advanced to first stage half-step Immortal King realm. Who? As the person involved, Lin Lang slowly breathed out a mouthful of turbid air, then said to Ning Yu, "You have to keep your word. I advanced to first stage half-step Immortal King realm, so you owe me a late-stage Immortal King realm armor." Gulp. Ning Yu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Isn't this too ridiculous? He just said it casually, but he didn't expect Lin Lang to really advance to first stage half-step Immortal King realm. Could it be that Lin Lang has been waiting for him to say this? Advancing to first stage half-step Immortal King realm in advance and getting a late-stage Immortal King realm armor. This isn't a bad deal. Seeing the change in Ning Yu's expression, Lin Lang chuckled and said to himself, "With a late-stage Immortal King realm armor, I can even easily fight a third-stage half-step Immortal King realm." Actually, Lin Lang could have advanced to first-stage half-step Immortal King realm a long time ago. The reason why he didn't do it was because he wanted to accumulate enough strength. Otherwise, it would have a huge impact on him when he advanced to first stage half-step Immortal King realm in the future. However, none of this was as tempting as a late-stage Immortal King realm armor. I will keep my word. I will find a late-stage Immortal King realm armor for you. Ningyu naturally wouldn't tease Lin Lang. He had to take responsibility for his words. Then I will thank you in advance. Lin Lang cupped his fists and said to Ningyu, "Let's go." At this moment, Yang Yuming came to Ningyu's side and whispered, "The situation has changed. We need to find a place to settle down as soon as possible." There's been a change in the situation? Ningyu frowned slightly. Soon after, he followed Yang Yuming and walked towards the northern part of the city. Lin Lang and Madman did not hesitate. They followed closely behind Ningyu and Yang Yuming and disappeared. Buzz! Ningyu and the others had just stepped into North City when the void behind them split open and a young martial artist appeared. If the life-stealing scholar was here, he would have realized that he knew this young martial artist, and he was very familiar with him. Divine Flame Emperor's son. The young martial artist was none other than the Divine Flame Emperor that deadly bookworm was afraid of. Interesting. The corner of the Divine Fire Emperor's lips curled up, and he said, "Although the life-stealing scholar is trash, he is not weak. Since Ningyu was able to kill him in one move, it seems like his strength is not bad." The Divine Flame Emperor had heard about what had happened in Broken Cliff City. Ningyu's name naturally could not be hidden from him. "I thought that the trip to North City would be boring, but it seems like it will be very interesting." The Divine Flame Emperor's hands tore open the void and went in. Swoosh! Not long after the Divine Flame Emperor left, another two martial artists appeared. The two martial artists looked around and then walked towards North City. At the same time, North City, City Lord's Mansion. Ningyu and Yang Yuming did not go anywhere else, but went straight to the City Lord's Mansion. The Northern Venerable was killed, and the City Lord's Mansion was without a leader, so it was the best time to strike. Of course, Yang Yuming did not know that the Northern Venerable was killed, but now he had found out through his own channels. Yang Yuming had originally planned to go to a restaurant or inn, but after knowing that the Northern Venerable was killed by Ningyu, he immediately chose to go to the City Lord's Mansion with Ningyu. Halt! When Ningyu and the others arrived at the main entrance of the City Lord's Mansion, two servants stopped them. They looked up. The two servants were not weak, and their cultivation was half a step to the Immortal King realm. Only a super force like the City Lord's Mansion of North City could use a half a step to the Immortal King realm to guard the door. Call the person in charge out. No matter how high the servant's cultivation was, Ningyu would not waste time on them. He only had one goal in coming to the City Lord's Mansion, and that was to plunder everything in the City Lord's Mansion's treasure pavilion. Recently, he had plundered the Qian family's treasure pavilion and the Eastern City Lord's Mansion's treasure pavilion. Now that he had come to the City Lord's Mansion, he definitely wanted to plunder everything inside before leaving. Humph! The two servants who guarded the door snorted coldly at the same time, then stomped their feet on the ground and rushed towards Ningyu. Huh? The servants' actions made Ningyu a little confused. Logically speaking, he did not act particularly arrogant, and there was no reason for the servants to treat him like this. There must be a reason for something abnormal to happen. Ningyu released his perception and began to probe the two servants. Sky Demon? With this look, Ningyu directly exclaimed. The identity of the servants was a Sky Demon. The fact that the Sky Demon was guarding the door of the City Lord's Mansion meant that the current City Lord's Mansion was most likely occupied by the Sky Demon. Madman, Lin Lang, you guys get rid of him for me. Thinking of this, Ningyu immediately leaped up and rushed towards the City Lord's Mansion. Swish! Yang Yuming did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed. Obviously, Yang Yuming also realized the seriousness of the problem. On the way here, he was still able to communicate with the two immortal kings in the void, but now he had completely lost contact. Yang Yuming did not dare to think too much, afraid that the two immortal kings protecting him would be killed. One had to know. Although there were many immortal king powerhouses in the super immortal kingdom he was in, The number of immortal kings in his faction was limited. If one died, there would be one less. Kill. After Ning Yu and Yang Yuming left, Lin Lang and Madman attacked at the same time, each facing a servant. Puff, puff, almost in an instant. The two servants were killed in a domineering manner. One for each person, simple and clear. City Lord's Mansion Guest Hall. At this moment, there were a total of 2 martial artists in the guest hall. Ning Yu was very familiar with these 2 martial artists. One of them was the Venerable of the North, and the other was the Venerable of the South. Dong dong dong. The Venerable of the North lightly knocked on the table and said indifferently, "Brother South, Ning Yu killed the Venerable of the East and Qian Kun. Don't you want to capture him and study him?" "There's no need for that." The Venerable of the South said in a deep voice, "I'm only 1 step away from the intermediate immortal king. I just need to cultivate slowly, and in less than 3 years, I'll be able to advance to the intermediate immortal king. As for you, I don't think there's a need to get involved. Ning Yu killed Qian Kun and the Venerable of the East. It has nothing to do with you." "Hee, you can't say that." The Venerable of the North smiled and said, "Tai Mu Qiang and the Venerable of the West are not fools. Since they chose to protect Ning Yu, it means that Ning Yu has something that they are interested in. So what?" The Venerable of the South raised his eyebrows. "Let's join forces and kill Ning Yu. I'll provide you with treasures and elixirs so that you can advance to the intermediate immortal king in advance." As he spoke, the aura within the Venerable of the North was suddenly released. Hiss! The Venerable of the South gasped in shock. Chapter 24:18. Chapter 24:18. Chapter 24:18 Choice. How about it? Will you consider it? The Northern Venerable One seemed to be pleased with the Southern Venerable One's reaction. He smirked and said, "It's time to pick a side. Usually, you can remain neutral, but today, you must make a choice. Are you going to choose me or the Western Venerable One? I hope you'll consider it carefully." The Venerable of the South's face darkened. The current situation was very clear. If he chose the Western Reverend, the Northern Reverend would definitely not let him off. After all, the Western supremacy had already advanced to the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm, while he was only at the peak of the early stage of the Celestial King realm. Taking a deep breath, the Venerable of the South said solemnly, "I have no other choice but to submit to you." Whoosh! However, before the Venerable of the South could finish his sentence, 2 figures appeared at the main entrance of the guest hall. There was no need to think about it. These 2 martial artists were Ning Yu and Yang Yuming. The Venerable of the South's expression kept changing when he saw the familiar figure that appeared at the main entrance of the guest hall. Everyone knew that Ning Yu was backed by the Western Venerable One and Tai Mu Qiang. Since Ning Yu was here, the Western Venerable and Tai Mu Qiang were most likely nearby as well. Thinking of this, Venerable of the South hurriedly unleashed his perception, wanting to see if Tai Mu Qiang and the others were in the surroundings. Something's wrong. The Southern Venerable One's expression changed drastically as soon as he probed. There was no other reason. In the void, there were 4 super experts fighting. The cultivation of these 4 super experts were all at the peak of the early Celestial King realm. Even when compared to him, he was not much inferior. There is no Tai Mu Qiang or the Western Venerable. The only thing that surprised the Southern Venerate was that the 4 cultivators in the void did not have Ning Yu's backers, Tai Mu Qiang or the Western Venerate. Could it be someone he brought? The Venerable of the South looked at Yang Yuming, who was beside Ning Yu, and gradually made a judgment in his heart. As expected, the young martial artist next to Ning Yu should have strength similar to Ning Yu. I can't believe it. For Ning Yu and Yang Yuming. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the reception hall, they immediately cursed. Wasn't the Venerable of the North killed? Why was there another Venerable of the North in front of him? Heavenly Demon. Ning Yu reacted quickly. Almost immediately, he saw through the fake Northern Venerable One's true identity. However, although Ning Yu had seen through the fake Venerable One's identity, he did not dare to act rashly. A mid-stage immortal king Skyfiend, coupled with the Southern Reverend, even if he and Yang Yuming joined forces, they wouldn't have any chance of winning. The only thing he could do now was to calm down and slowly look for an opportunity. Otherwise, he would definitely die today, wearing out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it effortlessly. The Venerable of the North looked at Ningyu and Yang Yumming. Then he raised his hands and clapped. Papa! Then 2 crisp claps sounded. Swish, 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 swish. A group of 4 martial artists suddenly appeared out of thin air. You, Yang Yumming, come from a super celestial kingdom in the Celestial Lyceum. The Venerable of the North crossed his arms and looked at Yang Yumming. The 2 immortal kings you brought aren't too strong. How about this? Surrender to me, and I won't kill them. Young master, leave quickly. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 immortal kings in black clothes instantly appeared in front of Yang Yumming and said in a deep voice, "We'll stop them." Humph! You overestimate yourself. The Venerable of the North harumphed coldly and flicked his wrists. Instantly, 2 beams of cold light flew out. Swoosh! Swoosh! The cold light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the 2 immortal kings in black clothes. Poochie! Poochie! Not only was the cold light fast, but it was also extremely powerful. Before the immortal kings in black clothes could react, they were hit in the chest by the cold light. Their bodies flew out and landed heavily on the ground. Blood spurted out of their mouths. The aura of the 2 immortal kings in black clothes immediately dropped to freezing point. What should we do? Seeing that the immortal kings in black clothes were defeated, Yang Yumming lowered his voice and sent a voice transmission to Ningyu. Why don't we escape together? You go left, and I'll go right. Stop joking. Ningyu rolled his eyes and said, even if you and I try our best to escape, we won't be able to escape. There's only one thing we can do now, and that's to wait. Wait? Yang Yumming was shocked. What method was this? Could it be that someone would come to help if they waited? Boom. It was proven. If they waited, someone would really come to help. The sky above the city lord's mansion suddenly split open. Immediately after, 3 martial artists dashed out of the void and appeared in the sight of Ningyu and Yang Yumming. I knew you would come. Seeing the newcomer, the Northern Reverend's expression turned cold. Then he leapt into the air and hovered in mid-air, saying coldly, Xiao Duanya, it's clearly a mistake for the Immortal Court to send you to guard Broken Cliff City. Venerable Devil Blood. In the air, Xiao Duanya looked at the Venerable of the North and said in a deep voice, you didn't take the path to heaven and barged into hell. If you had stayed in the Heavenly Demon's base camp, I might not have been able to do anything to you. But your mistake was coming to the North City and impersonating the Venerable of the North. So what if I impersonated? Come out, Venerable Devil Blood said with a calm expression. Whoosh! When Venerable Devil Blood said this, several figures suddenly dashed out of the city lord's mansion. Looking carefully, there were 10 heavenly demons in total. Their cultivation was all at the early stage of Immortal King. If the 2 early stage Immortal King heavenly demons were added, then there would be a total of 12 early stage Immortal King heavenly demons and 1 intermediate stage Immortal King heavenly demon. Such a force could only be achieved if all the experts in the Heavenly Demon's base camp were mobilized. Venerable of the South, I'll give you a chance to choose again. Which side will you stand on? Venerable Devil Blood crossed his arms in front of his chest and looked at the Venerable of the South with interest. He said, will you stand on Xiao Duanya's side or mine? The Venerable of the South hesitated. On the surface, Venerable Devil Blood's force was huge. He had a total of 12 early-stage Immortal King heavenly demons. In addition to his intermediate-stage Immortal King cultivation, this force was enough to destroy heaven and earth. On Xiao Duanya's side, the strongest expert was Xiao Duanya himself, who had intermediate-stage Immortal King cultivation. The remaining Tai Muqiang and the Venerable of the West were only at the peak of the early-stage Immortal King cultivation, which was the same as him. As for Yang Yumming's backers, the 2 black-robed Immortal Kings, their auras were very weak. It was very difficult for them to display the strength that they should have. Later, we will escape during the chaos. Ningyu lowered his voice and said to Yang Yumming Lin Lang, and Feng Zi, who had already rushed over. Leave the city lord's mansion. Run as far as you can. Just now, Ningyu was unwilling to escape because there was no one to restrain venerable Devilblood. Now, Xiao Duanya could completely restrain venerable Devilblood and buy enough time for them to escape. No problem. Yang Yumming and the rest nodded their heads heavily. All of them knew the severity of the situation. At this time, being with Ningyu and firmly believing in Ningyu's judgment was the best way. Chapter 2419. Chapter 2419. Chapter 2419. Oppressive Aura. Venerable Devilblood. Sorry to disappoint you. The Venerable of the South pondered for a few seconds before he shook his head at Devilblood Venerable and said, "You're sky demons, and I'm a human. Since ancient times, sky demons and humans have been irreconcilable enemies. If I side with you today, then my family, relatives, and friends won't have it easy in the future." Swoosh! As he spoke, Venerable Southern flew to Xiao Duanya's side. Very good, very good. Venerable Devilblood's expression was very ugly. This time he had lost. He originally thought that Venerable Southern would side with him. Who would have thought that Venerable Southern would choose Xiao Duanya in the end? Kill! Venerable Devilblood did not waste any time. He bellowed, then rose from the ground and charged at Xiao Duanya. As Venerable Devilblood charged out, a great battle instantly broke out. Rumble! They were both intermediate Immortal King experts. Xiao Duanya and Venerable Devilblood attacked ruthlessly. Neither held back, because they were very clear. As long as they could finish off the other party as soon as possible, then they would lose one less early-stage Immortal King expert. This time, in order to attack the 5 cities and occupy the entrance to the Immortal Court, Venerable Devilblood had mobilized all the early-stage Immortal King experts in the Heavenly Demon headquarters. It was either succeed or die. Bang! In the blink of an eye, Xiao Duanya and Venerable Devilblood exchanged dozens of blows. Although Venerable Devilblood had stabilized his intermediate Immortal King cultivation for many years, he was still weaker than Xiao Duanya. However, it was impossible for Xiao Duanya to kill him. The battle between the two of them would not end without a few days. Go! Seeing that Xiao Duanya and Venerable Demon Blood had started fighting, Ningyu let out a low shout. He grabbed Lin Lang and flew into the distance. Swoosh! Swoosh! Frenzy and Yang Yumming did not hesitate. The two of them followed closely behind Ningyu, afraid that they would be left behind. Two of you go stop them. On the side of the Heavenly Demons, a martial artist with a scar on his face started giving orders. The rest, follow me to kill the traitor, Venerable Southern. Voila! Scar-faced Heavenly Demon was clearly a leader. As soon as he gave the order, 2 Heavenly Demons, one tall and one short, separated and charged towards Ningyu and Yang Yumming. Of the remaining 10 Celestial Demons, 3 surrounded Tai Muqiang, 3 surrounded the Western Venerable, and 4 surrounded the Southern Venerable. Ningyu and Yang Yumming didn't have time to care about what was happening on the main battlefield at the City Lord's mansion. They ran all the way to the west as fast as they could. Someone is chasing us. Lin Lang, madman, you guys going first. As Ningyu ran away, he released his perception to look behind him. When he sensed that 2 Heavenly Demons were chasing after him, Ningyu made a prompt decision and let Lin Lang and Madman enter the Red Demon Sword. The two of them were relatively weak and slow. Leaving them outside would not only slow down Ningyu and Yang Yumming, but it would also waste time for them to escape. You can't escape. At the rear, the tall Heavenly Demon said sinisterly, "If you know what's good for you, stop and surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we catch up to you, your fate will be very miserable." That's right, those who surrender will not be killed. The short Heavenly Demon said coldly, "Don't kill my ass." Ningyu turned his head and shouted, "A short winter melon, a long bamboo pole. If you have the ability, come and chase Grandpa. If you can catch Grandpa, then you have the ability." Courting death. The short Heavenly Demon and the tall Heavenly Demon were greatly provoked. With a furious roar, they raised their speed to the limit and quickly chased after Ningyu and Yang Yuming. Swish, 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 swish. The two in front were Ningyu and Yang Yuming. The two behind were the short heavenly demon and the tall heavenly demon. At this moment, the two heavenly demons were so angry that their noses were crooked. No matter how much they increased their speed, they were unable to catch up to Ningyu and Yang Yuming. Moreover, if they were fast, Ningyu and Yang Yuming would be fast. If they were slow, Ningyu and Yang Yuming would be slow. According to this trend, even if they were given another 10 days to half a month, they would definitely not be able to catch up to Ningyu. Ka. However, there was always a way out. Just as the two heavenly demons were thinking about how to catch up to Ningyu, a sudden change occurred. The space in front of Ningyu and Yang Yuming suddenly split open, and three martial artists appeared from the void. Divine Flame Emperor, Annihilate Heaven Emperor, God-slaying Madman. That's right. These three martial artists blocking the way were the top three heavenly demons, the peerless imperial princes. Their cultivation levels were all 5th stage, half-step Immortal King. Among them, Divine Flame Emperor was ranked 1st, Annihilate Heaven Emperor was ranked 2nd, and God-slaying Madman was ranked 3rd. The strength of the three of them was enough to kill an ordinary Immortal King expert. Swish! Seeing the three martial artists that suddenly appeared, Ningyu made a prompt decision and chose to stop. Greetings, Imperial Princes. The short and tall heavenly demons' expressions changed slightly, and they hurriedly cupped their fists towards Divine Flame Emperor and the others. I didn't know that Imperial Princes were coming. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. Among the heavenly demons, other than the peerless heavenly demon who was at the middle stage of Immortal King, these three Imperial Princes had the highest status. All the early stage Immortal King heavenly demons had to be extremely respectful when they saw Divine Flame Emperor and the others. Once upon a time, there was an early stage Immortal King heavenly demon who offended Divine Flame Emperor and was killed by him in one move. Ever since then, Divine Flame Emperor's status among the heavenly demons had risen by several levels in the past few years. You guys go back, leave them to me. Divine Flame Emperor waved his hand at the tall heavenly demon and said indifferently, I wanted to fight them for a long time. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, I definitely can't miss it. We'll watch from the side. After Ningyu and the others are killed, we'll have to go back and report. The tall heavenly demon didn't dare to leave just like that. Their mission was to kill Ningyu and Yang Yuming. If they couldn't see Ningyu and Yang Yuming die with their own eyes, they wouldn't be able to report back. No matter how strong Divine Flame Emperor was, he could still fail miserably. Whatever. Divine Flame Emperor shrugged, then looked at Ningyu and said, You were able to kill the life-stealing scholar, which means you're quite strong. How about this? Submit to me and kowtow to me a few times, and I'll spare your life. Imperial Prince, hearing Divine Flame Emperor's words, the tall heavenly demon hurriedly said, Shut up. Divine Flame Emperor glared at the tall heavenly demon and said in a deep voice, No one will think you're mute if you don't speak. All right. The tall heavenly demon had no choice but to shut up. However, he secretly used a secret technique to contact Scar-faced Heavenly Demon. Scar-faced Heavenly Demon's strength was infinitely close to the middle stage of Immortal King. If he came over, Divine Flame Emperor and the others would probably give him some face. Just the three of you? You're still lacking. Ningyu cracked his neck and said, If I can kill the life-stealing scholar, it means I can kill you guys too. Ha ha! The Divine Fire Emperor laughed uproariously. After that, his expression changed as he coldly spoke. Arrogant. You are truly arrogant. However, your strength is much weaker than mine. If you are an Immortal King, I might have some trepidation. But now, you have offended me. There's only one ending for you. Death. Chapter 24:20. Extremely shocking. Not bad, not bad. Seeing the Divine Flame Emperor's disciple make a move, The tall and short heavenly demon nodded repeatedly, thinking that it was a close call. They were very excited that Ningyu had angered Emperor Divine Flame. If that was the case, Emperor Divine Flame wouldn't hold back and would kill Ningyu and Yang Yuming. What the two of them had to do was to wait here quietly, wait for Ningyu and Yang Yuming to be killed, and then return the way they came. Small tricks. Ningyu didn't take Emperor Divine Flame's aura to heart. After reaching the fourth phase half-step Immortal King, his strength had increased a lot, especially in terms of resisting the aura. Emperor Divine Flame's aura might be able to defeat a normal fifth phase half-step Immortal King, but it was far from enough to deal with Ningyu. Ningyu's body had reached the peak of the early stage Immortal King and was only one step away from the intermediate stage. Therefore, the Divine Flame Emperor's plan was destined to fail. Emperor Divine Flame raised his eyebrows when he saw that Ningyu wasn't affected. Can you do it? On the side, Emperor Extermination Heaven curled his lips and said, if you can't, it'll be me. I'm just a fourth phase half-step Immortal King, and it'll take me so long. Humph. I don't need you to interfere in my business. Emperor Divine Flame's face was extremely cold. He said coldly, I'll leave Yang Yuming to you and God's slaying madman. Ha ha, I can deal with Yang Yuming myself. As soon as the words came out of the Divine Flame Emperor's mouth, God's slaying maniac stomped the ground and charged at Yang Yuming. Never mind, I'll leave it to you. Emperor Extermination Heaven shrugged and said, I'll time you and see who kills their opponent first. Whoosh. Neither Emperor Divine Flame nor God slaying madman wanted to fall behind. The two of them immediately used their trump cards and launched powerful attacks at their respective opponents. Boom! In just one move, Yang Yuming was sent flying by God-slaying madman. Although he wasn't injured, Yang Yuming was at a disadvantage. Bang! On another battlefield. In the battle between Ningyu and the Divine Fire Emperor, it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched. I admit, I misjudged you. After one move, the Divine Fire Emperor looked at Ningyu coldly and said, I thought I would only need to use 30% of my power to kill you, but now it seems like I need to use 50% of my power. Hee hee. Ningyu smiled. The Divine Fire Emperor really knew how to boast, wanting to kill him with only 50% of his strength. What a joke. Even if the Divine Fire Emperor used his full strength, he might not be able to kill him. Laugh now, but you'll cry later. The Divine Fire Emperor sneered and dashed out again, launching a powerful attack at Ningyu. In order to defeat Ningyu, the Divine Fire Emperor took out his flying sword. The peak stage Celestial King Flying Sword, 7 Supreme Swords. Slash. The Divine Fire Emperor injected his energy into the 7 Supreme Swords and slashed out. The 7 Supreme Swords were peak stage Celestial King Flying Swords and were extremely powerful. Coupled with the fact that the Divine Fire Emperor used his full strength, this sword was enough to kill a peak stage Celestial King. I can't beat him. Ningyu instantly made a judgment. The Red Demon Sword was only peak stage Celestial King. It might be able to block a peak stage Celestial King Flying Sword, but it would definitely break on the spot against a peak stage Celestial King Flying Sword. Retreat. Ningyu wasn't stupid. If he could fight head-on, he would definitely fight the 7 Supreme Swords head-on. If he couldn't, he wouldn't stay and die. Swish. Ningyu tore open the void with both hands and dove into it. Where are you going? Seeing that Ningyu dove into the void, the Divine Fire Emperor roared and slashed a few more times into the void. Crack, 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 crack. Under the powerful attack of the Divine Fire Emperor, the void cracked and Ningyu was forcefully slashed out of the void. It was a critical moment. Ningyu had no choice but to take it head-on. Crack. The sword aura slashed on Ningyu's body, and a crack appeared on the Celestial King Divine Armor that Ningyu was wearing. One had to know. The Celestial King Divine Armor was a late-stage Celestial King level armor. Ordinary attacks couldn't pose a threat to it at all. Now that it had been slashed, it was enough to show how terrifying the Divine Fire Emperor was. Slash. The Celestial King Divine Armor blocked the fatal blow for Ningyu. Ningyu activated the red demon sword and slashed out. Voila! The sword aura that was as thick as a person's waist instantly arrived in front of the Divine Fire Emperor and slashed at his chest under his horrified gaze. Ding! What could he do? Ningyu's sword aura didn't cause any real harm to the Divine Fire Emperor. It only made a crisp sound on the peak stage Celestial King armor that he was wearing. Swish! Seeing this, Ningyu's face instantly turned cold. How could he fight? He was wearing a late-stage Celestial King armor, and his flying sword was a peak-stage Celestial King flying sword. The Divine Fire Emperor, on the other hand, the armor was a peak-stage Celestial King, and the flying sword was also a peak-stage Celestial King. Fortunately, he had enough energy in his body, otherwise he would have been killed by the Divine Fire Emperor. I'll ask you one last time. The Divine Fire Emperor held the 7 absolute sword and shouted, "Submit or die." "I will neither submit nor die." Ningyu took a deep breath and decided to use all the trump cards he could. Lin Lang, madman, inject all the energy in your body into my body. Don't hold anything back. Ningyu began to contact Lin Lang and Madman. At this time, it was almost impossible for him to kill the Divine Fire Emperor by himself. Lin Lang and Madman were a good choice. They both had trump cards, and the energy in their bodies was extremely terrifying. Ningyu borrowed their energy to increase his strength by 10%. Don't underestimate this 10% strength. In a battle between powerhouses, even a 1% increase in strength could be the key to deciding the outcome of the battle. Lin Lang and Madman might not be strong, but they had a lot of energy, and that was enough. Chi-chi. With the infusion of energy, a sizzling sound came from Ningyu's body. If you don't submit, then die. The Divine Fire Emperor's patience seemed to have run out. He injected all his energy into the 7 absolutes sword and slashed at Ningyu with a backhand. It's too early to say who will live and who will die. Ningyu also channeled his energy into the red demon sword and slashed out in a straight line. Crack! In the blink of an eye, the 7 absolute sword and the red demon sword collided, and a crisp sound was heard. Then, a small crack appeared on the red demon sword. Ning Lu, repair the red demon sword. Ningyu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly ordered Ning Lu, who was inside the red demon sword, to repair it. Once the red demon sword shattered, then everyone inside would instantly die a horrible death. Swish! Ning Lu didn't dare to delay and quickly forced out a few drops of blood essence to repair the red demon sword. Except for Ning Lu, Lin Lang, Madman, and even Zhao Ruwei and the Water Moon Fairy started to repair the red demon sword. Haha, the flying sword is shattered. How are you going to... What? Seeing the cracks on the red demon sword, the Divine Fire Emperor raised his head and laughed wildly. However, his laughter came to an abrupt halt as a look of horror appeared on his face. Chapter 24:21. Chapter 24:21. Chapter 24:21 on the verge of collapse. I can't believe it. This discovery caused the Divine Fire Emperor to curse. He had thought that he could easily break the red demon sword with his peak Immortal King Realm 7 absolute swords. Who would have thought? The red demon sword could heal on its own. Ningyu, you're really different. I'm starting to admire you. The Divine Fire Emperor looked at Ningyu coldly and said in a deep voice, but even if your life flying sword can heal, it's useless. Because every time it heals, I'll break it. Swish! The voice faded. The Divine Fire Emperor rose from the ground and slashed with the 7 absolute swords again. Ding! Ningyu didn't dare to be negligent. He waved the red demon sword and clashed with the 7 absolute swords again. Along with a clear and melodious sound rang out. Ningyu felt a sharp pain in his hand, and the red demon sword fell out of his hand. Swish! Swish! It was no different from Ningyu. The 7 absolute swords in the Divine Fire Emperor's hands also flew out and flew into the distance. In midair, although the red demon sword and the 7 absolute swords had left the palms of Ningyu and the Divine Fire Emperor, they were still clashing. Every time they clashed, the cracks on the red demon sword would increase. Fortunately, Ning Lu and the madman were doing their best to repair the red demon sword. Otherwise, it would be almost impossible for the red demon sword to fight head-on with the 7 absolute swords. Die! The Divine Fire Emperor glanced at the other side of the battlefield and shouted. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched at Ningyu. There was no flying sword, there was still a fist. Obviously, the Divine Fire Emperor wanted to compete with Ningyu in terms of energy. As one of the top 3 geniuses among the sky demons, the Divine Fire Emperor had absolute confidence. Because even a peak early-stage Immortal King might not be able to win against him in terms of energy, let alone a 4th phase, half-step Immortal King like Ningyu. One had to know, no matter how strong a 4th phase, half-step Immortal King was, how strong could he be? Good timing. Ningyu seemed to have guessed what the Divine Fire Emperor was thinking. He poured all his energy into his fist and punched the Divine Fire Emperor's fist. Bang! The 2 fists collided. There seemed to be a terrifying suction force between Ningyu and the Divine Fire Emperor's fists, sucking their fists together. You're still too inexperienced to compete with me in terms of energy. A disdainful smirk appeared on the Divine Fire Emperor's face as the energy in his fists suddenly increased. Chi-chi. The energy seeped out and sizzled on the surface of the Divine Flame Emperor's fist. Idiot! Ningyu glanced at the Divine Flame Emperor and said calmly, in a fight between powerhouses, even a little bit of energy could be the key to victory or defeat. For the Divine Flame Emperor to waste energy like this, it was either because he had a mind or because he was stupid. From Ningyu's point of view, the Prince of Divine Flame clearly belonged to the latter. Boom! While Ningyu was still competing with the Divine Fire Emperor in terms of energy, the battle between the god-slaying madman and Yang Yuming had reached its climax. Although Yang Yuming was strong, he was still weaker than the god-slaying madman. Seed explosion! It was a dangerous moment. Yang Yuming roared and had to use the ultimate technique. The so-called seed explosion technique was actually very simple. It was to gather all the energy in one point and then explode. This attack was almost a suicide attack. It was either succeed or die. Even if Yang Yuming could defeat the god-slaying madman, his condition would be at rock bottom. However, Yang Yuming had no other choice. Bang! In a split second, Yang Yuming gathered all the energy in his body into the middle finger of his right hand and pointed it at the god-slaying madman's heart. Small insect. Oh no! Looking at the finger that was approaching him, the god-slaying madman wanted to tease him. However, halfway through his words, his expression changed, and he hurriedly put his fist across his heart to block. Crack! Unfortunately, it was too late for the god-slaying maniac to defend himself. Yang Yuming's right middle finger pierced through god-slaying madman's fist and into his heart. Ah! A hysterical scream came out of his mouth. God-slaying maniac lowered his head to look at his pierced heart. His mouth was slightly agape, and his face was filled with disbelief. To be honest, before he fought with Yang Yuming, he had never thought that he would lose, let alone lose so miserably. The top 3 peerless geniuses of the Heavenly Devils were actually unable to defeat a genius from a super immortal kingdom. If this matter were to spread out, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devils would probably feel ashamed. I can't accept this. God-slaying maniac raised his head and roared. Then, his body fell backwards onto the ground. Gulp! Seeing the god-slaying maniac die in battle, the heaven-exterminating Emperor's son could not help but swallow his saliva. He was only slightly stronger than the god-slaying maniac. Even the god-slaying frenzy was slain by Yang Yuming. One could imagine that he might not have the upper hand if he fought with Yang Yuming. Whoosh! Whoosh! The tall and short heavenly devils in the distance immediately flew over to capture Yang Yuming when they saw the god-slaying maniac die in battle. All of you back off! The heaven-exterminating Emperor's son roared. A battle between geniuses should be ended by geniuses. Since the god-slaying frenzy was killed, he had to kill Yang Yuming to regain his dignity. After the low roar, the heaven-exterminating Emperor took a step forward and looked at Yang Yuming coldly. He said in a deep voice, "You're unlucky to have met me." Unlucky? Yang Yumming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said coldly, "Come and try if you have the guts. If I can kill the god-slaying frenzy, I can kill you too." Sha sha sha. As he spoke, Yang Yumming took a step forward and looked like he was about to attack. Crack crack. The heaven-exterminating emperor clenched his fists tightly, making cracking sounds. Although he wanted to attack, Yang Yumming was extremely confident. For a moment, he could not make up his mind. Logic told him that attacking now was the most worthwhile. After all, Yang Yumming had just experienced a huge battle, and all aspects of him were at rock bottom. However, the heaven-exterminating emperor didn't dare to attack. What if Yang Yumming went berserk again? Wouldn't he end up like the god-slaying frenzy? The more heaven-exterminating emperor thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He first looked at Ningyu and the divine flame emperor, who were still competing with energy, and then said coldly, "I'll let you show off for a while." "I knew you wouldn't dare." Yang Yumming curled his lips and took out an elixir, popped it into his mouth, and started to refine it. Although Yang Yumming looked calm on the surface, he was panicking to the extreme on the inside. Right now, he was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. It would be fine if he could scare the heaven-exterminating emperor, but if he couldn't, he would end up in a miserable state. I hope that after Ningyu kills the divine flame emperor, he still has the energy to deal with the heaven-exterminating emperor. Yang Yumming closed his eyes and murmured to himself. The divine flame emperor, the heaven-exterminating emperor, and the god-slaying frenzy were the three most difficult geniuses to deal with. After killing them, the remaining tall and short heavenly demons were nothing to be afraid of. Slash, as if in response to Yang Yumming. Chapter 24-22. Chapter 24-22. Chapter 24-22. Attracted die. Ningyu growled and raised his right leg. While the divine flame emperor was distracted, he kicked his heart. Crack! His heart was kicked by Ningyu's right foot, and the divine fire emperor was sent flying several meters away before crashing heavily into the ground. His body hit the ground. With a series of cracking sounds, several of the bones in the divine flame martial emperor's body were broken. Poochie! The breaking of his bones caused the divine flame emperor to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face became extremely pale. Quick! The divine flame emperor wasn't as stupid as God-slaying maniac. He knew that if he continued to fight, he would definitely be the one to lose, so he immediately turned around and wanted to ask for help from the tall and short sky demons. Bang! However, Ningyu obviously wouldn't give him the chance. As soon as he turned around, and before he could finish speaking, Ningyu punched his head. Boom! Ningyu's punch was extremely powerful. The divine flame emperor at his peak would find it hard to resist, let alone now that he was heavily injured. He punched out. The divine flame emperor's head exploded and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. At this moment, the number one genius among the sky demons, the divine flame emperor, was beaten to death by Ningyu. Hiss! The divine flame emperor's miserable state caused the divine flame emperor to suck in a breath of cold air. Even the divine flame emperor felt that there was something wrong with his head. The divine flame emperor was defeated? One had to know. The divine fire emperor's son was much stronger than him. Even if he joined forces with God-slaying maniac, they might not be able to gain the upper hand against the divine flame emperor. Devour. Ningyu didn't care what the heaven-exterminating emperor's disciple thought. He squatted down in front of the divine flame emperor and placed his right hand on his body. A terrifying, devouring power surged out of his body. Chi-chi! In just a few seconds, the divine flame emperor was devoured into a piece of human skin. Not bad. After devouring the divine flame emperor's son, Ningyu nodded in satisfaction. Not only had he recovered to his peak state, he'd even improved a step further and was only a step away from the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm. However, Ningyu would not foolishly attempt to break through to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm. The divine flame, the arch, was dead, but the heaven-destroying the arch was still alive. Moreover, in the distance, there were 2 early-stage Immortal King heavenly devils. Unless he could annihilate the two heavenly devils, it was impossible for him to break through to the fifth stage half-step immortal king realm. Sha. Ningyu didn't think too much about it as he moved towards the heaven-exterminating emperor's son. What do you want? Seeing Ningyu walking towards him, the heaven-exterminating imperial prince said in a low voice, "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you killed the divine fire imperial prince. To tell you the truth, the divine fire imperial prince isn't even qualified to carry my shoes." Really? Ningyu stopped in his tracks, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Then let me see if you or the divine fire imperial prince is stronger." When the word harm was heard, Ningyu rose from the ground and suddenly rushed out. Ningyu knew what he needed to do: kill the heaven-exterminating imperial prince, because this was the only way to prevent the tall and short heavenly devil from attacking. Otherwise, if the heaven-exterminating imperial prince and the other two joined forces, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Heaven-exterminating fist. Since there was no way to change it, the heaven-exterminating imperial prince roared and directly used the early-stage immortal king realm battle technique. The power of the heaven-exterminating fist was extremely strong. Ka. Wherever the fist passed, the air avoided it, and even a crack appeared in the void. Bang! In an instant, Ningyu and the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's fists collided. The result was not unexpected. Kacha! A force entered the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's fist, followed his fist into his arm, and then into his internal organs. The next moment, the heaven-exterminating imperial prince let out a hysterical scream. Puffed. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura began to rapidly decline. Not long after, the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's aura dropped to the freezing point. Slash! Ningyu held the red demon sword in his hand and cut off the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's neck. Since the divine flame prince was dead, the battle between the seven absolutes sword and the red demon sword naturally came to an end. The seven absolute sword was a peak immortal king realm flying sword. Ningyu did not let the red demon sword devour it for the time being. Instead, he kept it inside the red demon sword and decided to make a decision after the battle. As for the red demon sword, it had been repaired by Ning Lu. With the injection of Ning Lu's blood, the red demon sword showed signs of breaking through to the mid-stage immortal king realm. Absorb. After using the red demon sword to cut off the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's neck, Ningyu threw the red demon sword onto the heaven-exterminating imperial prince's body. A steady stream of energy entered the red demon sword's body. Swoosh! After devouring the heaven-exterminating imperial prince, the red demon sword flew to the god-slaying frenzied god and began to devour him. Soon, the god-slaying frenzied god and the heaven-exterminating imperial prince were turned into human skins at the same time. Damn it! In the distance. Seeing this, the tall and short heavenly demons were so angry that their noses were crooked. They could not wait to rush forward. However, they did not dare to do so. After all, Ningyu's performance was too terrifying. He had killed the divine flame prince and defeated the heaven-exterminating imperial prince. If the two of them went forward now, they would probably end up the same as the divine flame prince. Why aren't the people from Scar sect here yet? The tall heavenly demon and the short heavenly demon looked at each other, and both of them could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Crack! They did not think too much about it. They took out another crystal ball and crushed it, asking for help from the scar-faced heavenly demon. At the same time, in a battlefield on the side of the North City. What's going on? The scar-faced demon punched the Venerable of the South's chest, sending the Venerable of the South flying as he asked in confusion. Not long ago, the tall heavenly demon and the short heavenly demon sent a distress signal. That was because he had sent two heavenly demons to help them. But now, the tall heavenly demon and the short heavenly demon sent another distress signal. No matter how he looked at it, there was something fishy about this matter. Black and white double ghosts go. After thinking about it, the the scar-faced heavenly demon decided to send 2 more heavenly demons to investigate the situation. Yes, the black and white double ghosts responded and left the battlefield, disappearing. Once the black and white double ghosts disappeared, the pressure on the southern and western supremacy decreased. Originally, 10 immortal king heavenly demons surrounded the 3 of them. Now 4 of them were gone, and there were 6 left. All of them were battle-hardened. Although they could not win 3 against 6, they could definitely hold on. Could Ningyu really be able to kill immortal kings? The Western Supremacy thought to himself. Previously, when the Western Supremacy learned that Ningyu had killed the Northern Supremacy, he felt that it was not possible. He felt that the 2 immortal kings behind Yang Yuming had helped him. But now, he was starting to believe that Ningyu had the strength to do so. Don't think that you can make a comeback just because a few heavenly demons left. To tell you the truth, I alone am enough to deal with trash like you. The scar-faced heavenly demon snorted coldly and charged toward Tai Muqiang. Chapter 24-23. Chapter 24-23. Chapter 24-23. Unwilling. Yang Yuming, this is for you. Swallow it. Ningyu did not have the time to pay attention to the situation in North City. He threw the energy stone he obtained from Deadly Bookworm to Yang Yuming and warned, I'll hold off these 2 immortal king heavenly demons. You recuperate quickly and kill the enemies with me. Whoosh! Without waiting for Yang Yuming's reply, Ningyu dashed out and slashed at the taller heavenly demon's neck. How dare you? Seeing Ningyu attack him, the taller heavenly demon yelled and was forced to fight. Rumble. The taller heavenly demon fought, but the shorter heavenly demon was not idle either. Ningyu was fighting 1 against 2, so the pressure on his shoulders was immense. 1-on-1, Ningyu might be able to kill one of the shorter or taller heavenly demons, but 1-on-2, Ningyu could only fight them to a draw. I have to break through to the 5th stage, half-step Immortal King as soon as possible, Ningyu thought to himself as he fought. The difference between a 5th stage half-step Immortal King and a 4th stage half-step Immortal King was huge. Ningyu was very confident in himself. As long as he could advance to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King, he might not need to use his full strength to easily kill the taller and shorter heavenly demons. Gotcha! Yang Yuming was not an indecisive person. He came from a super celestial kingdom in the celestial court, so he was very clear about certain things. In fact, he was already recuperating, but without the energy stones, it was a little difficult to recuperate. Now that he had the energy stones, he was confident that he could quickly return to his peak state. The energy stones melted in his mouth, and terrifying energy flowed down Yang Yuming's throat into his stomach. Yang Yuming did not dare to delay, and quickly used a spell technique to refine it. Chi 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 Chi. The energy contained in the energy stones was terrifying, and Yang Yuming's internal injuries were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bang! 10 minutes later, a muffled sound came from Yang Yuming's body. It was this muffled sound that signified that Yang Yuming's internal injuries had completely recovered. Let me help you. After recovering from his injuries, Yang Yuming did not stay where he was. Instead, he shouted and charged at the short heavenly demon. Boom! Yang Yuming stopped the short sky fiend, and Ningyu instantly felt the pressure on him lessen. Ha-ha! Ningyu threw his head back and laughed maniacally, instantly becoming the master. Just now, he was almost completely suppressed by the tall and short heavenly demons. He was unable to launch an effective counterattack and was very passive. But now, facing the tall heavenly demon alone, he immediately turned the tables around. This was because a tall sky fiend and a short sky fiend working together could increase their battle prowess by several times. After separating, their strength would drop to the freezing point. As the saying goes, when gathered, a pile of shit will scatter, and when scattered, a sky full of stars will scatter. Sword-slaying Sky Devil. Ningyu took out the 7 absolute sword of the Divine Fire Emperor and slashed out. Ka! The sword struck the taller heavenly demon's chest. Immediately after, a crack appeared on the chest, of the tall sky fiend. Furthermore, the crack grew larger and larger. In the end, even the taller heavenly demon's head was split into two. What? Seeing the taller heavenly demon being killed, the short heavenly demon was greatly affected and exclaimed. The two of them had a very good relationship among the heavenly demons, even better than brothers. Now that the taller heavenly demon was killed, how could he not be furious? How could he not be furious? However, the short heavenly demon's rage in that 1 second made him pay the price in blood. Yang Yiming seized the opportunity and punched him in the head. Bang! In an instant, his head exploded and countless blood mist scattered in all directions. Phew! After killing the short heavenly demon, Yang Yiming heaved a sigh of relief. He looked a little weak. Yang Yiming was not an arrogant person. He had a deep understanding of his own strength. If not for the fact that Ningyu was getting stronger and stronger, he would not even be able to fight against the short heavenly demon. After all, he had already used his trump card. Without his explosive power, his strength would have decreased by at least a few times. The main reason why he could still kill the short heavenly demon was that Ningyu's killing of the taller heavenly demon had caused the short heavenly demon to panic. Don't sit down. Quickly devour them to recover. Seeing that Yang Yiming wanted to sit down and rest, Ningyu kicked his butt and said in a deep voice, "At most 3 minutes, an immortal king heavenly demon will arrive. If you don't want to die, you have to recover to your peak state as soon as possible." What? Yang Yiming exclaimed. He had teamed up with Ningyu to kill the divine flamed arch, the heaven extermination arch, the god-slaying maniac, as well as the tall and short immortal king heavenly demons. He had wanted to recuperate, but now, Ningyu told him that more immortal king heavenly demons would arrive, and that he only had 3 minutes. What could 3 minutes do? Without energy stones, even if he was given 30 minutes, he would not be able to recover to his peak state, let alone 3 minutes. Here, just as Yang Yiming was feeling a little anxious, Ningyu flicked his wrist and threw him an energy stone the size of a fist. What the F***CK? Catching the energy stone, Yang Yiming immediately cursed. So big, just now, the energy stone Ningyu had given him was only the size of a fingernail. Now it was the size of fist. Even the super celestial kingdoms of the immortal court would have a hard time taking out such a big energy stone. What are you dawdling about for? Yang Yiming was still exclaiming when Ningyu kicked him again and said coldly, "When the immortal king heavenly demons arrive, you and I will each take one. Don't expect me to help you." Gotcha. Yang Yiming was not an idiot. The reason why he had exclaimed was because the energy stone was too big. After being reminded by Ningyu, he immediately took out a small energy stone and threw it into his mouth, then began to recover. Swoosh, swoosh. At the same time, not far away from Ningyu and Yang Yiming, 2 figures were galloping. These 2 martial artists were dressed in white and blue, and their cultivation base was at the peak of the early stage Immortal King. Without a doubt, they were the second batch of heavenly demons sent by the scarred martial artist. Swoosh, swoosh, even further behind. Similarly, there were 2 figures galloping. These 2 figures were the black and white double ghosts. As the third batch of heavenly demons, the black and white double ghosts were not particularly excited and even a little angry. At this moment, they were talking. How unlucky. Heisha's expression was unsightly, and he said with dissatisfaction, "Even if Commander Daoba is biased, he can't be this biased. He has already sent 4 immortal kings to hunt down those 5-stage half-step immortal kings, and he actually sent 2 of us over." "Sigh, don't talk so much." White Fiend sighed softly. Actually, how could he not want to complain? However, White Fiend knew that it was useless for him to complain. It was naturally good to stay. Not only could he participate in the distribution of the treasures of Venerable of the South and the others, but he could also benefit from it and let Venerable Devil Blood look up to him. As for the 6 of them who came to chase after Ningyu, they were raised by the stepmother. Even if they could kill Ningyu and the others, it would not cause any ripples. Chapter 24:24. All are here. You should know. Even if they killed Yang Yumming and Ningyu, there was nothing to gain. A 4th-stage half-step Immortal King and a 5th-stage half-step Immortal King. What good things could they have? Let's go. No matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. After a soft sigh, Asha stepped on the ground, and his body suddenly rushed out. Although Yang Yumming and Ningyu were weak and had very little on them, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. They needed to get to the battlefield as soon as possible and kill Ningyu and Yang Yumming. Otherwise, if they waited for the other 4 Sky Fiends to finish their battle, they might not even be able to touch anything. Who? At the same time, Ningyu slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and opened his eyes. His face was filled with excitement. After devouring the Divine Flame Emperor's disciple and the short and tall heavenly demon, his cultivation had soared from the 4th-stage half-step Immortal King to the 5th-stage half-step Immortal King. Even though he had just advanced to the 5th-stage half-step Immortal King stage, Ningyu's strength had a qualitative leap. Originally, when he was a 4th-stage half-step Immortal King, Ningyu could kill a peak-stage, early-stage Immortal King expert. But now that he had advanced to the 5th stage of the half-step Celestial King realm, Ningyu would be able to contend against and even kill a middle-stage Celestial King expert. Of course, the intermediate Immortal King stage experts that Ningyu could deal with were those who had just entered the intermediate Immortal King stage. If Ningyu encountered some veteran intermediate Immortal King martial artists, he could only escape. My luck is not bad. Turning his head to look at Yang Yumming, who was recovering, Ningyu thought to himself. Originally, Ningyu thought that after the heavenly demons arrived, he and Yang Yumming would each take one. If one of them was unlucky enough to be killed, it would be their own problem and had nothing to do with the other. However, at this moment, these worries no longer existed. Voila! As if sensing the change in Ningyu's aura, 2 figures dashed over from afar. Heavenly Demon. Without a doubt, these 2 martial artists were the Celestial Kings of the Sky Fiends. White-robed Sky Fiend, blue-robed Sky Fiend. Where are the others? The white-robed Sky Demon used his senses and looked around. Then, his eyes landed on Ningyu, and he asked, "Didn't you say that Emperor Godfire and Emperor Destroy Heaven were here? Why aren't they here? Are you talking about them?" Ningyu pointed to the human skins on the ground not far away and said, "Aren't they over there? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "What?" The white-robed heavenly fiend looked in the direction of Ningyu's hand and was instantly shocked. Human skin. What they saw was neither the Divine Flame Emperor nor the Heaven-Destroying Emperor, but a few pieces of human skin. It didn't matter if they saw the human skins, but they were almost certain that the human skins on the ground belonged to the Divine Flame Emperor, the Heaven-Destroying Emperor, and the others. However, there was one thing that the white-robed heavenly demon was very confused about. Divine Flame Emperor, Heaven-Exterminating Emperor, God-Slaying Madman. There were only 3 princes in total, so why were there 5 human skins on the ground? But very quickly, the white-robed heavenly fiend realized something, and his face turned extremely cold. Before them, there were 2 other heavenly fiends who came to kill Ningyu and Yang Yumming. Could it be that the 2 human skins on the ground were them? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. In the end, the white-robed heavenly fiend roared, "You will die a horrible death." The word die was uttered. The white-robed heavenly fiend's figure flashed, and he rushed out at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed heavenly fiend arrived in front of Ningyu. He clenched his right hand into a fist and punched towards Ningyu's head with a violent gust of wind. At the side, the blue-robed heavenly fiend cupped his fists and didn't attack. In his opinion, Ningyu would definitely die. After all, the white-robed heavenly fiend was only slightly weaker than him. He was half a step away from the mid-stage Immortal King, while the white-robed heavenly fiend was 1 step away from the mid-stage Immortal King. There's still one fish that escaped the net. The blue-robed heavenly fiend's gaze landed on Yang Yumming. The blue-robed heavenly fiend's thoughts were simple. The white-robed heavenly fiend would deal with Ningyu, while he would deal with Yang Yumming. Swish! He did as he said. The blue-robed, heavenly fiend leaped up and charged towards Yang Yumming. However, the blue-robed, heavenly fiend's speed wasn't very fast. On the contrary, it was extremely slow, because he wanted to see what kind of strength Ningyu had to be able to kill Divine Fire Emperor and the others. In fact, he released his perception and paid close attention to the changes in his surroundings. As expected, there must be an expert hiding in the void. As for Divine Fire Emperor and the others, they must have been killed by an expert hiding in the void. Boom! However, before the blue-robed heavenly fiend could reach Yang Yumming, the outcome of the battle had already been decided. Swish! The blue-robed heavenly fiend instantly stopped in his tracks and looked to the side. Hiss! What he saw made him suck in a breath of cold air. What did he see? The one who was defeated wasn't Ningyu, but the white-robed heavenly fiend who was only slightly weaker than him. At this moment, the white-robed heavenly fiend was being stepped on by Ningyu, and his entire face was distorted. You can't kill me. I'm under venerable demon blood. If you kill me, you're destined to be killed by venerable demon blood. The white-robed heavenly fiend kept roaring, hoping to use venerable demon blood to threaten Ningyu and make Ningyu spare his life. Noisy, Ningyu exerted a little force with his right foot and crushed the white-robed heavenly fiend's head. He naturally knew about venerable demon blood. At the peak of the mid-stage Immortal King realm, he was no match for him. However, even though he was no match for venerable demon blood now, it didn't mean that he wouldn't be a match for venerable demon blood later. White-robed heavenly fiends and blue-robed heavenly fiends were excellent cultivation resources. Ningyu was very confident that after devouring them, his strength would increase. At that time, if he encountered a peak mid-stage Immortal King realm expert, even if he couldn't fight him, he could easily escape. Witnessing Ningyu kill the white-robed heavenly fiend, the blue-robed heavenly fiend's mouth was slightly open, and he was extremely shocked. You what? You're the next one to be killed. Ningyu didn't want to waste time. He stomped on the ground and immediately rushed out. Swish! Swish! However, Ningyu just rushed out a few steps and returned in front of Yang Yumming. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched the void. Crack! In an instant, the void cracked and countless spatial fragments scattered on the ground. The next moment, two powerful heavenly fiends appeared in front of everyone. These two heavenly fiends were none other than the black and white double ghosts. Originally, according to their normal speed, they would need 3 minutes to arrive here. However, they wanted to get more mosquito legs, so they rushed at full speed and arrived at their destination 2 minutes earlier. It was very unfortunate. When they saw Ningyu attack the blue-robed heavenly fiend, they immediately attacked Yang Yumming, because in their hearts, Ningyu would definitely become the blue-robed heavenly fiend's prey in the end. Therefore, they chose Yang Yumming as their target. Who would have thought? At the critical moment, Ningyu turned his head and blocked their attacks for Yang Yumming. You deserve to die. Chapter 24-25. Chapter 24-25. Chapter 24-25. Overestimating himself. Peel off my skin and pull out my tendons? Ningyu glanced at Heisha, raised the corner of his mouth, and said faintly, with your cultivation at the peak of the early stage of Immortal King, I'm afraid it's hard to peel off my skin and pull out my tendons. Humph. Arrogant. Heisha snorted coldly, then immediately stepped on the ground and rushed straight at Ningyu. No matter what, he was also a sky demon at the peak of the early stage of Immortal King. At the same cultivation level, it was almost impossible for a human powerhouse to be his opponent. However, Ningyu actually looked down on him so much. How could he tolerate it? Apart from anger, Heisha gathered all the energy in his body on his fist and punched at Ningyu's head. Heisha's idea was very simple. Even a lion would use all its strength to fight a rabbit, not to mention dealing with Ningyu. After all, Ningyu could be valued by Scar Sky Demon, which was enough to show that he had some skills. Bang! In a split second, Ningyu and Heisha's fists collided. The two collided. Ningyu stood on the spot without moving. He slowed down the black fiend and flew back several meters, only stopping when his body hit the ground. Pucci. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Heisha's face became extremely pale, without any blood. Obviously, with this blow, Heisha was defeated, and he was defeated extremely miserably. Swish! Swish! Seeing Heisha defeated, Bai Sha and the blue-clothed sky demon flew to Heisha's side at the same time. Among them, the blue-clothed sky demon was in charge of protection, while Bai Sha was in charge of healing Heisha. Kacha! Bai Sha took out an elixir from his arms and threw it into Heisha's mouth. At the same time, he put his hands on Heisha's back, and a steady stream of energy entered Heisha's body through his palms. With the effect of the energy and elixir, Heisha's face gradually turned red. Not long after, Heisha completely recovered to his peak state. I want you to die. After recovering to his peak state, Heisha suddenly got up, stared at Ningyu with a cold face, and said viciously, "No one in the world can save you." Really? Ningyu shrugged and said, "Trash will always be trash. Even if he recovers to his peak state, he will still be trash." You. The black fiend was so angry that his nose became crooked. He thought that with Bai Sha and blue-clothed heavenly demon around, Ningyu would not dare to be so arrogant. Who would have thought? Not only did Ningyu continue to be arrogant, but he was even more unscrupulous than before. Let's attack together. No matter what, we must chop him into pieces. Heisha roared. His figure flashed, and he was about to rush out. However, before Heisha rushed out, Bai Sha slapped him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, "You are not Ningyu's opponent. Let me do it." You. Heisha's expression was slightly ugly. He and Ningyu had only exchanged one move. How did Bai Sha see that he was not Ningyu's opponent? Was it because he was at a disadvantage? Don't be impulsive. Blue-clothed heavenly demon also said, "Divine fire Emperor's son, heaven annihilation Emperor's son, God-slaying madman, tall heavenly demon, short heavenly demon, and even white-clothed heavenly demon, who is only a little weaker than me, were all killed by Ningyu." You mean, Ningyu has killed 6 heavenly demons comparable to the peak early immortal king in a row? Heisha was finally moved. He thought that the blow just now was due to his carelessness. But now it seemed that the situation was not like that at all. If Ningyu really killed 6 heavenly demons whose strength seemed to be at the peak early immortal king, then Bai Sha and blue-clothed heavenly demons' dissuasion was not unreasonable. Perhaps he was really not Ningyu's opponent. However, he was definitely not willing to admit that he was not Ningyu's opponent. His eyes turned. Heisha said coldly, "Kid, God has the virtue of cherishing life. I will give you a chance to live now. Come here, kneel down, and count out to me a few times. Otherwise, I will let you know why flowers are so red." "I'm sorry." Ningyu curled his lips and said, "You should know why flowers are so red. I will also give you a chance to live. Surrender to me. Otherwise, I will send you to hell." Originally, Ningyu did not intend to let Heisha and Bai Sha live. After all, it was many times more difficult to control heavenly demons of the early immortal king than to kill them. However, thinking of the battlefield in North City, Ningyu had to choose to control Heisha and the others. There was no other reason. After controlling Heisha and Bai Sha, he could take them back to the battlefield in North City and join forces with Venerable of the South and the others to kill Scar, Heavenly Demon, and the others. Ha ha ha. Heisha seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his head and laughed wildly, then said with a hideous face, "There's a way to heaven, but you don't go. There's no door to hell, but you break in. Next year, today will be your death anniversary." Who? As soon as Heisha's words fell, Yang Yumming, who was behind Ningyu, slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. After a period of recovery, Yang Yumming had already recovered to his peak state. "Thank you." He first thanked Ningyu. Then Yang Yumming turned to look at the blue-robed heavenly demon and said, "Leave this blue-robed weakest heavenly demon to me." "Are you sure?" Ningyu was puzzled. Although the blue-robed heavenly demon was weak, it was relatively speaking. In terms of pure strength, the blue-robed heavenly demon was much stronger than the white-robed heavenly demon. I want to capture and control him alive, not kill him, Ningyu reminded. If it was to kill him, Yang Yiming might really have a way. But controlling him was very difficult for Yang Yiming. Don't worry, I can control him. Yang Yiming took a deep breath, and his expression became extremely solemn. It was not Yang Yiming's character to let Ningyu take action alone. Even if controlling the blue-robed heavenly demon would consume all his trump cards, he did not care. Be careful. Ningyu knew Yang Yiming's intention, and it was useless to say anything. So, he just patted Yang Yiming's shoulder to show encouragement. You guys are courting death. Black Fiend was still enduring, but the blue-robed heavenly demon couldn't stand it anymore. With a loud shout, he charged directly at Yang Yiming. Let's go too. White Fiend didn't stop Yang Yiming, but he stepped on the ground and rushed towards Ningyu with Black Fiend. In terms of kinship alone, the relationship between the blue-robed heavenly demon and White Fiend was obviously not as good as that of Black Fiend. So, if Black Fiend wanted to fight against Ningyu, White Fiend would stop him. If the blue-robed heavenly demon wanted to fight against Yang Yiming, White Fiend wouldn't stop him. Overestimating yourself. Looking at the Black and White Fiend duo who kept rushing towards him, Ningyu raised the corner of his mouth. After advancing to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King, his strength had soared by more than a little. He could even kill an Immortal King intermediate stage heavenly demon, let alone the Black and White Fiend duo, these two peak early stage Immortal King heavenly demons. Boom! Boom! Ningyu was decisive and ruthless. He threw out 2 punches in a row, hitting the fists of the Black and White Fiend duo. 2 crisp sounds sounded in succession. Then. Chapter 24-26. Chapter 24-26. Chapter 24-26 defeated. Swoosh. Swoosh. After one move, the black-white double ghosts could not care less about the tearing pain coming from their fists and hurriedly retreated. They were at an absolute disadvantage in this attack. How is this possible? They hurriedly used their energy to repair their broken fists. The black-white double ghosts had a look of disbelief in their eyes. One had to know. When the two of them joined forces, they could fight against an ordinary mid-stage Immortal King expert. What kind of freak was Ningyu? Why did Ningyu still have the upper hand when the two of them joined forces? Nothing is impossible. You have to accept your fate. Ningyu rubbed his swollen fists and rushed out again, throwing 2 punches at the black-white double ghost heads. Ningyu's target was the black-white double ghost fists. And this time, Ningyu's target was the black-white double ghost heads. However, the black-white double ghosts could not just stand there and let Ningyu attack them. They looked at each other and immediately retreated to the sides. At this moment, they had already realized how powerful Ningyu was. But in their opinion, as long as they moved separately, Ningyu would definitely not be able to focus on attacking. Kill! The black demon shouted and took out a mid-stage Immortal King flying sword and slashed at Ningyu. Die! The white demon also took out a mid-stage Immortal King flying sword and slashed at Ningyu's head. Although the two of them were Immortal King heavenly fiends, the level of their Dharma treasures was not too strong. Compared to the Divine Flame Emperor and the Heaven-Destroying Emperor, they were very shabby. After all, the Divine Flame Emperor and the Heaven-Destroying Emperor were the top few peerless geniuses among the heavenly fiends. Their status among the heavenly fiends was much higher than theirs. Even the mid-stage Immortal King flying sword that they had took a lot of effort to obtain. Ding! Ding! However, the ideal was plentiful, but the reality was harsh. White Demon and Black Demon's flying swords slashed on Ningyu, but they couldn't even cut the armor worn by Ningyu. Now, Ningyu was wearing a peak stage Immortal King armor. How could a mere intermediate stage Immortal King flying sword cut it? Not good. The black-white double ghosts were not fools. Since their first attack had failed, they instantly determined that Ningyu might be wearing a peak stage Celestial King tier armor. There was no time to think. The two of them immediately retreated. Where are you going? However, how could Ningyu let them go? The energy in his body gathered at his ankles, and Ningyu chased after him. In just a few seconds, Ningyu arrived in front of Heisha and punched out, hitting Heisha's chest. Kacha! The huge force broke several ribs in Heisha's chest, and his aura dropped to the freezing point on the spot. After defeating Heisha, Ningyu turned his head and rushed to Bai Sha. Kacha! There was no difference in the result. Bai Sha lasted a few seconds longer than Heisha, but he was defeated by Ningyu in the end. Go in. After defeating black-white double ghosts, Ningyu separated two wisps of soul force and entered their hearts. Boom! The extra soul force in their hearts made black-white double ghosts instantly dumbfounded. No matter how stupid they were, they knew that they were controlled by Ningyu. As long as Ningyu triggered the soul force in their hearts, he could easily destroy their hearts. And if their hearts were destroyed, they would end up in a miserable state. Thinking of this, black-white double ghosts' faces were ashen, and they looked very ugly. Bang! Just as Ningyu controlled black-white double ghosts, Yang Yumming defeated the blue-robed heavenly demon. Phew! After defeating the blue-gray heavenly demon, Yang Yumming's face became extremely pale, and he let out a heavy breath. To be honest, in order to defeat the blue-robed heavenly demon, Yang Yumming had used all his strength. In the end, he lived up to expectations and defeated the blue-robed heavenly demon. At the same time, after defeating the blue-robed heavenly demon, Yang Yumming's mental state had fallen to rock bottom, and he could no longer control the blue-robed heavenly demon. Swish! Yang Yumming could not control the blue-robed heavenly demon, but Ningyu did not dare to be careless. He immediately dashed out, came to the blue-robed heavenly demon, and a wisp of soul force entered its heart. It's okay. After doing all this, Ningyu's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Now, the blue-robed heavenly demon, black-white double ghosts, were all under his control. Next, he only needed to let them recover to their peak state, and then he could bring them back to North City to join the battle. Take it, you have 3 minutes. After 3 minutes, if anyone doesn't recover to their peak state, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ningyu threw a few energy stones to black-white double ghosts and said in a deep voice. After taking the energy stones, black-white double ghosts and their faces were black. Ningyu took their energy stones and gave them the energy stones, and even confidently told them to recover to their peak state within 3 minutes. This was too much. This was really too much. However, no matter how indignant they were, black-white double ghosts, and they did not dare to resist at all, because they knew very well, as long as Ningyu willed it, they would die immediately. In the face of their lives, they chose to compromise. Drip, drip. Time was ticking away. In the blink of an eye, 3 minutes had passed. Ningyu looked over and saw that black-white double ghosts had recovered to their peak state. As for the blue-gray heavenly demon, he had only recovered 90%. Die. Ningyu's face turned cold, and he bellowed in a low voice. Boom. Accompanied by Ningyu's low voice, the blue-robed heavenly demon's body expanded rapidly and finally exploded. Hiss! Seeing this, the black-white double ghosts sucked in a breath of cold air. So brutal? They had thought that Ningyu was just saying it. Who would have thought that Ningyu would really kill the blue-robed heavenly demon? Killing the chicken to warn the monkeys? Was Ningyu putting on a show for them? No matter what, if Ningyu dared to kill the blue-robed heavenly demon, he dared to kill them. If they were not obedient, they would probably end up like the blue-robed heavenly demon. Let's go to North City. After killing the blue-robed heavenly demon, Ningyu waved his hand and headed straight for North City. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Behind him, Yang Yumming and black-white double ghosts hurriedly followed. At the same time, North City, midair. At this moment, the void above North City had already been divided into two battlefields. One was Tai Muqiang and the others fighting against the scar-faced heavenly demon and the other was Xiao Duanya fighting against Venerable Devilblood. Judging from the situation of the battle, Xiao Duanya and Venerable Devilblood were somewhat evenly matched. However, Tai Muqiang and the Venerable of the West were at a disadvantage when they teamed up. Ha ha! Venerable of the South, since you dare to betray us heavenly demons, you should be prepared to be killed. The scar-faced heavenly demon threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He looked at the Venerable of the South and said, "I'll give you a chance to live now. Come over, surrender to me, and be my slave. Maybe if I'm happy, I'll spare your life." Humph! The Venerable of the South snorted coldly and continued to attack, forcing back a heavenly demon in front of him. 3 against 6, and a powerful heavenly demon like the scar-faced heavenly demon. One could imagine how much pressure the Venerable of the South and the others were under. Chapter 24-27. Chapter 24-27. Chapter 24-27. Another one. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Scar-faced Demon saw that Southern Venerable not only did not submit to him, but instead continued to attack. His face turned cold with anger. Shua! His figure flashed. Scar-faced Demon instantly appeared in front of Southern Venerable. His right hand clenched into a fist, and a fist brought with it a violent Yuan Qi gale, fiercely punching towards Southern Venerable's chest. At the critical moment, Southern Venerable hurriedly put his hands in front of him. Crack! Although the Venerable of the South had managed to block Scar Demon's fatal blow, his arms were completely severed as a result. Bang! Bang! Seeing this, Tai Muqiang and Western Venerable hurriedly forced back the demon in front of them and turned to launch a powerful attack at Scarface Demon. Count yourself lucky. Seeing Tai Muqiang and Western Venerable attacking him, Scar-faced Demon secretly cursed. He immediately gave up on Southern Venerable and turned to fight with Tai Muqiang and the rest. Scar-faced Demon was not stupid. Both Tai Muqiang and Western Venerable were extremely powerful. In a one-on-one fight, he might not have the upper hand. Only the Venerable of the South was the weakest. He left the Venerable of the South to one of the Sky Fiends, while he led the remaining 4 Sky Fiends to fight the Venerable of the West and Tai Muqiang. Rumble. The aftermath of the battle constantly spread in all directions. Fortunately, North City's protective formation was activated, blocking the aftermath. Otherwise, after such a long battle, West City would have long been reduced to ashes. We can't go on like this. Looking up at Xiao Duanya, who was fighting with Devil Blood Venerable, Western Venerable gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Tai Muqiang, help me hold them back. I will go help Xiao Duanya. Don't court death. Tai Muqiang scolded. There is almost no possibility of them getting involved in a fight between intermediate and mortal king experts. Even if it was just the aftermath, it was difficult for them to resist. We have to go. If we delay, we will definitely die. The Western Venerable revealed a determined expression, who did not want to live. Unfortunately, Western Venerable knew, if there were no changes according to this trend, all of them would die. He had to go help Xiao Duanya to have a chance of survival. As long as they could defeat Venerable Devil Blood, the remaining scar-faced heavenly demon and the others would be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Stop them for me. The Western Venerable was not an indecisive person. Once he made a decision, it was very difficult for others to change it. Damn it! Cursing inwardly, Tai Muqiang had no choice but to forcibly stop Scar Demon and the others. Xiao! The Western Venerable Lord's figure flashed as he charged towards Devil Blood Venerable at an extremely terrifying speed. Kacha! In the process of rushing forward, the Western Venerable took out a pill and popped it into his mouth. The pill melted in his mouth and flowed down his throat into his stomach. Boom! All of a sudden, a terrifying aura emanated from the Western Reverend's body. At this moment, the Western Supremacy's aura had already soared to the peak of the early stage of the Celestial King realm. He was only a thin line away from the true intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm. Once that window paper was pierced, the Western Supremacy's aura would soar to the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound rang out. Following the deep groan, the Western Supremacy's aura finally broke through his limit and reached the intermediate immortal king realm. Die, Devil Blood Venerable! As his aura soared to the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm, the Western Venerable roared as he charged towards Devil Blood Venerable. Trash! However, the Western Venerable had just taken a few steps when the void in front of him suddenly split open. A heavenly demon dressed in black appeared. Intermediate stage of the immortal king realm. Feeling the aura emanating from the heavenly demon, even though the Western Venerable had soared to the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm after consuming the pill, he could not help but gasp. His intermediate stage of the immortal king realm and the heavenly demon's intermediate stage of the immortal king realm were two completely different levels. Bang! The heavenly demon did not waste his breath on the Western Venerable. He threw a punch that landed squarely on the Western Venerable Lord's chest. The huge force caused the Western Venerable to fly backward and crash heavily onto the ground. He only stopped when a huge crater appeared on the ground. Demonic Overlord, you're too late. In midair, Devil Blood Venerable forced Xiao Duanya back with one move. He looked coldly at the heavenly demon and said in a deep voice, "According to the agreement, you should have arrived here 10 minutes ago." Hee, don't be anxious. Demonic Overlord smiled faintly and said, "Didn't I want to find the token to open the Immortal Lyceum? Then did you find it?" Devil Blood Venerable said coldly. Shaking his head, Demonic Overlord said, "I captured a few higher-ups of Broken Cliff City and found out that the token is with Xiao Duanya. Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and join hands with me to take down Xiao Duanya. We can't afford to be late," Devil Blood Venerable said fiercely. "Other than our entrance to the Immortal Lyceum, the other 108 entrances to the Immortal Lyceum are all being attacked by heavenly demon experts. The Battle Emperor of our war zone has said that the first 50 must enter the Immortal Lyceum. Otherwise, they will be punished." Hearing this, Demonic Overlord finally stopped smiling mischievously. In the Immortal Lyceum, there were a total of 108 entrances like Broken Cliff City. 108 entrances corresponded to 108 large domains. Every large domain had battle emperors among the heavenly demons. As usual, those battle emperors were all resting and would not easily interfere with the battle between the heavenly demons and humans. But for some reason, recently, the battle emperors of the 108 large domains suddenly joined hands and started attacking the Immortal Lyceum. They wanted to open 108 entrances at the same time. It had to be said, this idea was indeed crazy. While the Immortal Lyceum had yet to react, the 108 large domains suddenly attacked. The success rate was rather high. "Has Lord Battle Emperor come?" Demonic Overlord asked solemnly. "Lord Battle Emperor is being held back by the experts of the Immortal Lyceum. He can't get away for a while," Demonic Blood Venerable said. "But with Lord Battle Emperor holding him back, the experts of the Immortal Lyceum will not come to kill us." Very good. Demonic Overlord's heart calmed down slightly. The heavenly demons of the 108 large domains had joined hands to attack the entrance to the Immortal Lyceum. The Immortal Lyceum must have already sensed it. They were not afraid that Lord Battle Emperor would not appear. They were afraid that the experts of the Immortal Lyceum would rush over. Now, the Battle Emperor was holding back the experts of the Immortal Lyceum, giving them precious time. "You and I will join hands to kill Xiao Duanya and snatch his token." Demonic Overlord was not an indecisive person. He made a prompt decision and said coldly, "As for the other nobodies, Scar." Here, Scar took a step forward. "Kill the Western Venerable and the rest, then massacre the entire city. Kill all the martial artists in the 4 great cities and Broken Cliff City. Leave no one alive," Demonic Overlord said coldly. No problem. Scar Heavenly Demon had wanted to do this for a long time. It was just that he had not defeated Tai Muqiang and the rest. Now that the Western Venerable was heavily injured by Demonic Overlord, Tai Muqiang and Southern Venerable alone would not be able to withstand his attack. As expected, Chapter 24-28. Chapter 24-28. Chapter 24-28. Careless. Swish. Scarface Demon was not an indecisive person. He made a prompt decision and charged at Tai Muqiang. Damn it, Tai Muqiang, who was dealing with 5-peak early-stage Immortal King celestial demons, couldn't help but curse when he saw Scar-faced Demon charging at him. Turning his head to look at Western Venerable, who was lying on the ground, Tai Muqiang's expression became extremely grave. He couldn't count on Western Venerable anymore. In the current situation, he had to face the strongest Scar-faced demon alone, leaving Southern Venerable to deal with the remaining 5-peak early-stage Immortal King celestial demons. After all, his strength could contend with Scar-faced Demon, while Southern Venerable was much weaker than him. Try not to fight them head-on, Tai Muqiang growled. Instead of retreating, he advanced and fought with Scar-faced Demon. Rumble. Both Scar-faced Demon and Tai Muqiang were decisive existences among early-stage Immortal King celestial kings. The aftermath of their fight was extremely terrifying. Swish, swish, swish. On this side, Tai Muqiang and Scar-faced Demon launched a desperate attack. On the other side, the 5 early-stage Immortal King celestial demons arrived in front of Southern Venerable at the same time. Block! It was a critical moment. Southern Venerable waved his hands and punched out. Crack! Crack! Unfortunately, although Southern Venerable tried his best, he still couldn't withstand the attacks of the 5 demons. 5 fists landed on Southern Venerable's chest in a row. In a split second, several of Southern Venerable's ribs were broken. Poochie! Blood spurted out of his mouth. Southern Venerable's already weak aura became even weaker. It could be seen. He was already on the verge of death. Tai Muqiang, I'm leaving first. Southern Venerable raised his head and yelled. Then, his body began to swell. Obviously, Southern Venerable was prepared to die. He wanted to self-destruct to severely injure the 5 early-stage Immortal King celestial demons. Oh no, retreat. Celestial demons weren't stupid. When they saw that Southern Venerable was about to self-destruct, they immediately wrapped their energy around their ankles and retreated. Swish! As Southern Venerable's body swelled to a certain limit and was about to self-destruct, a shadow suddenly sped over from afar and landed in front of him. Pa! The figure reached out his right hand and gently patted the Southern Venerable's shoulder. Thereafter, the Venerable of the South's swollen body was like a deflated balloon as it gradually shriveled up. Who? The Venerable One of the South was utterly shocked by the sudden change. He was ready to sacrifice himself. Who would have thought? Someone actually came to help and stopped his body from exploding. I don't care who you are. In any case, if you dare to go against us heavenly demons, no one in this world, apart from the Venerable One of the South, the other 5 heavenly demons shouted in a deep voice. Noisy, the figure said calmly, then tore open the void and entered. Not good. Seeing the other party enter the void, the expressions of the 5 sky fiends changed drastically. They hurriedly used their trump cards in an attempt to defend themselves. Gotcha! However, the other party quickly appeared in front of them and threw out 5 consecutive punches. After 5 punches, the 5 sky demons fell to the ground, while the other party landed steadily. Ningyu! When the cultivator landed, the Southern Venerable finally got a clear look at the other party's face. It was none other than Ningyu. The Southern Venerable was a little puzzled. He clearly knew that the scar-faced heavenly demon had sent 6 early-stage Immortal King realm heavenly demons to chase after Ningyu. Could it be that all 6 heavenly demons were defeated by Ningyu? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. After all 6 heavenly demons were early-stage Immortal Kings. It was almost impossible for Ningyu to shake them off. Swish, swish, swish. At this moment, 3 figures flew over from afar and soon landed in front of Ningyu. Ningyu run. Seeing 2 of the figures, the the Southern Venerable couldn't help shouting, "I'll stop them for you." "There's no need for that." Ningyu waved his hand, signaling the Southern Venerable to calm down. Then, Ningyu pointed at the scar-faced heavenly demon who was fighting with Tai Muqiang and instructed, "White demon, your mission is to kill Scar. Black demon, your mission is to kill the remaining 5 heavenly demons." Yes. How would the black and white demons dare to disobey Ningyu? Their lives were still controlled by Ningyu. If Ningyu wanted them to live, they could only live. If he wanted them to die, they would definitely die. His figure flashed. Black demon rushed towards the 5 heavenly demons who were severely injured by Ningyu, while white demon rushed towards the scar-faced heavenly demon. Gulp! The Southern Venerable swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his face filled with disbelief. He originally thought that Ningyu's strength was already strong enough, but now it seemed that he had underestimated Ningyu. That was because controlling heavenly demons was much more difficult than killing them. The fact that Ningyu could control the black and white demons was enough to prove his strength. How powerful were the black and white demons? The Southern Venerable knew better than anyone else. One-on-one, the black and white demons could withstand 100 moves from Tai Muqiang. Now that white demon went to help Tai Muqiang, the result could almost be predicted. Pucci. As expected, with the addition of white demon, the battlefield became one-sided. The scar-faced heavenly demon only lasted for a dozen seconds before he was defeated by the combined forces of Tai Muqiang and white demon. Puff, 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 puff. The scar-faced heavenly demon had just been defeated. On the other side, the 5 early-stage Immortal King heavenly demons were also unable to escape and were killed by Black Demon and Yang Yumming. Yang Yumming, I'll leave this side to you. I'll go help Duanya City Lord. Ningyu did not bother with the rest of the trivial matters. He leaped up and instantly joined the battlefield in the void. Shout Duanya was fighting 1 against 2 and was almost at the end of his rope. Originally, when Xiao Duanya exchanged blows with Venerable Devil Blood, although he could not defeat him, maintaining the current situation was not too much of a problem. However, with the addition of Venerable Devil Tyrant, Xiao Duanya was almost completely suppressed. If this situation continued to progress, at most a few minutes, Xiao Duanya would be killed. "Why are you here?" When Xiao Duanya saw Ningyu rushing towards him, he was first stunned and then shouted, "You are not their match. Hurry up and scram." "Ha ha ha. Since you're here, don't leave." Venerable Devil Tyrant raised his head and laughed wildly. Then, he casually threw out a ray of cold light, intending to kill Ningyu. Because from the Venerable Devil Tyrant's point of view, Ningyu only had the cultivation of a 5th-stage, half-step Immortal King. No matter how strong he was, how strong could he be? One had to know. Even a ray of cold light that he casually threw out had extremely strong power. An ordinary 5th-stage, half-step Immortal King would not be able to withstand it at all. Crack! But what kind of person was Ningyu? He took out the Red Devil Sword and slashed the cold light thrown out by Venerable Devil Tyrant into 2. At the same time, he injected the energy in his body into the Red Devil Sword and slashed out a ray of sword light, attacking Venerable Devil Tyrant. Good lad, you have some ability. Chapter 24-29. Chapter 24-29. Chapter 24-29, not a match. Be your slave? That's just right. Take another strike from me. Hearing the Supreme Devil Tyrant's words, Ningyu waved his wrist again and slashed out another sword light. Whoosh! The sword light tore through the void, and together with the first sword light, it flew towards the Supreme Devil Tyrant. Insignificant skill. The Venerable Devil Tyrant obviously did not place the 2 sword lights in his eyes. He flicked his fingers and shot out 2 rays of cold light, intending to destroy the sword rays unleashed by Ningyu. However, the Supreme Devil Tyrant had obviously underestimated Ningyu's strength. Kacha! Kacha! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Ningyu's sword light didn't shatter. Instead, his cold light was cut into 2 halves. Swoosh! After destroying the cold light, the 2 sword lights once again rushed out, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Interesting. This time, the venerable devil tyrant was finally moved. He finally started to think highly of Ningyu. He grabbed at the void with his right hand. In an instant, the space in front of the sword light split open and engulfed the sword light. So strong? On the other side, the Venerable of the South and Tai Muqiang were shocked when they saw that Ningyu could actually block the Venerable Devil Tyrant's attack. They thought that if Ningyu went over, it would be no different from sending himself to his death. But now, it seemed that they were wrong, and they were ridiculously wrong. Perhaps Ningyu could really help Xiao Duanya. Leave now. However, Xiao Duanya's thoughts were a little different from the Venerable One of the South and the rest. The Venerable of the South and the rest might not know how much strength the Venerable Devil Tyrant had used just now, but he was very clear about it. 10%. The cold light that the Devil Tyrant respect used to deal with Ningyu was only equivalent to 10% of its strength at its peak. For Ningyu to be able to block 10% of the Supreme Devil Tyrant's attack was nothing. Most importantly, he could tell from the Supreme Devil Tyrant's expression that the Supreme Devil Tyrant was extremely angry. Actually, it made sense. A mid-stage Immortal King stage Heavenly Devil's attack was actually unable to defeat a 5th stage half-step Immortal King. If the heavenly demons of the other regions found out, how would he be able to establish himself? Therefore, next, the Supreme Devil Tyrant would use all his strength to kill Ningyu. You have completely infuriated me. Xiao Duanya's guess was right. The Supreme Devil Tyrant looked at Ningyu with a cold expression and said fiercely, I've decided that this day, next year, will be the anniversary of your death. His voice fell. Venerable Devil Tyrant rushed out at an extremely terrifying speed. Not good. Seeing the Supreme Devil Tyrant rush towards Ningyu, Xiao Duanya's expression changed greatly. He hurriedly made a move, wanting to block this fatal blow for Ningyu. Hee, your opponent is me. However, how could the Devil Blood Venerable just watch as Xiao Duanya helped Ningyu? His figure shot out explosively, and he launched a powerful attack at Xiao Duanya. Damn it! Helpless, Xiao Duanya could only curse in his heart, and turned to fight with the Devil Blood Venerable. Be careful. Not far from the battlefield, the Venerable of the South and Tai Muqiang clenched their fists tightly, and their expressions became somewhat sinister. They wanted to help Ningyu, but they didn't know where they stood. They had just experienced a great battle, and they were not in their peak condition. If they were to fight with the intermediate Immortal King Supreme Devil Tyrant at this time, there would only be one outcome, and that was to die a horrible death. Don't worry, Ningyu, that brat, has a tough life. Yang Yiming was not too worried about Ningyu's safety. The Venerable of the South and Tai Muqiang did not know how powerful Ningyu was, but he was very clear. Even a powerful black and white dual swords could not last more than a few seconds in the hands of Ningyu. In other words, even if Ningyu's strength had not reached the intermediate Immortal King, it was not much weaker. If Ningyu were to fight with the Supreme Devil Tyrant, even if he could not win, he would definitely not be defeated so quickly. Rumble. The facts proved. Yang Yiming saw it more clearly. Ningyu and the Supreme Devil Tyrant quickly clashed. All kinds of spells, battle techniques, and energy interweaved together. 20%, 30%, 40%. As time passed, the power that the Supreme Devil Tyrant displayed became stronger and stronger. 80%. Along with the violent roar of the Supreme Devil Tyrant, he directly increased his strength to 80%. The reason why the Supreme Devil Tyrant did not display his full strength was because he was afraid of Xiao Duanya. Think about it. If he used his full strength, even if he defeated Ningyu, it would be very difficult for him to have any powerful battle strength. Although the Supreme Devil Blood was strong, it was almost impossible for him to kill Xiao Duanya in a short period of time. You want to kill me with such little strength? Looks like you're thinking too much. Ningyu's judgment was very accurate. The strength of the Supreme Devil Tyrant's punch was at most equivalent to an expert who had just entered the intermediate Immortal King realm. Before advancing to the 5th stage half-step Immortal King realm, Ningyu would probably be able to block this punch, even if he used all his strength, let alone now. His right hand clenched into a fist. Ningyu directly put away the red devil sword and chose to face the supreme devil tyrant head-on. Oof. This time you're going to die. The supreme devil tyrant coldly snorted. Just as his fist was about to come into contact with Ningyu's fist, he suddenly exerted force, increasing his strength from 80% to 90%. Crack! In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the supreme devil tyrant's fist collided with Ningyu's fist. The two collided. Ningyu and the supreme devil tyrant retreated a few steps at the same time. Ha ha ha! The supreme devil tyrant raised his head and laughed wildly. His eyes stared at Ningyu's right hand and said coldly, "Against people like you, I don't even need to use my full strength to easily defeat you." Is that so? The corner of Ningyu's mouth curled up. He shook his right hand forcefully and said indifferently, "If you don't mind, you can look at your fist and see if it's a little different from before. Don't talk nonsense with me here." The supreme devil tyrant shouted in a deep voice. Crack! However, just as the venerable devil tyrant was halfway through his words, he abruptly stopped, because he discovered that the bones of his right hand had actually cracked. Moreover, the cracking speed was getting faster and faster. It was so fast that before he had time to treat it, his entire right hand was completely broken. Bang! His right hand fell to the ground. The supreme devil tyrant was stunned. He was fighting with a fifth-stage, half-step immortal king, and he even used 90% of his strength. In the end, not only did he not win, but his right hand was chopped off. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? That's not good. Ningyu took advantage of the moment when the supreme devil tyrant was distracted and suddenly rushed out. His fist brought with it a violent energy gale, fiercely attacking the supreme devil tyrant's head. Damn it! The fist constantly enlarged in the supreme devil tyrant's eyes, causing the supreme devil tyrant to curse. Although he cursed, the supreme devil tyrant did not dare to be careless, because he discovered that the power of Ningyu's fist was extremely strong. If he did not use his full strength, it was almost impossible for him to block it. However, Ningyu would not foolishly exchange blows with the supreme devil tyrant. When his fist was about to come into contact with the supreme devil tyrant's fist, he suddenly changed his direction and punched the supreme devil tyrant's heart. Bang! Chapter 2430. Leave One Alive Whoosh. Ningyu did not choose to stop after his first move succeeded. He stomped on the ground and chased after her. Hit the snake where it hurts, don't hold back. Paragon Devil Tyrant was a peerless heavenly devil at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King realm. His strength was extremely powerful. Once he found an opportunity, it was very possible for him to recover to his peak state in a short period of time. In the distant battlefield, Xiao Duanya was already showing signs of weakness. Ningyu knew what he had to do. If he still did not go and help Xiao Duanya, then Xiao Duanya's defeat was basically inevitable. Damn it! Seeing Ningyu sticking to him like a piece of candy, the supreme devil tyrant cursed out loud. Since you won't let me go, then don't blame me for being impolite. Venerable devil tyrant's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He immediately took out a golden talisman from his bosom and threw it towards North City. Not good. As soon as the golden talisman appeared, Yang Yumming's expression changed drastically. Others might not know the power of the golden talisman, but Yang Yumming was very clear about it. Perhaps the power of the golden talisman was not particularly strong against enemies, but in terms of massacring a city, the golden talisman was one of the best. Initial estimation. If this golden talisman were to explode, North City would very likely be reduced to nothingness. Ningyu, don't let that talisman explode. Yang Yumming did not dare to neglect and immediately shouted at Ningyu. Ha! I want to see if you want to save those foolish humans in North City, or if you want to save Xiao Duanya. The supreme devil tyrant raised his head and laughed out loud. Then, the aura on his body rose rapidly, and he turned around and charged towards Xiao Duanya. What should we do? Ning Yu's brain worked furiously, trying to think of a countermeasure. After all, he was alone. If he could block the golden talisman, he would not be able to stop the venerable devil tyrant. On the other side, Xiao Duanya was already a spent force. If he didn't help him, then his fate would be very miserable. How troublesome. After thinking for a second, Ning Yu made a decision. Save Xiao Duanya. No matter what, Xiao Duanya was a strong practitioner of the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm. The effect of saving him was far greater than saving the warriors of North City. This was because once Xiao Duanya was killed, then his chances of winning against the venerable devil tyrant and the venerable devil blood would be greatly reduced. So, saving Xiao Duanya was the most correct choice. However, although Ning Yu had chosen to save Xiao Duanya, he did not completely abandon North City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As he waved the red demon sword, he unleashed several sword projections in an attempt to change the trajectory of the golden talismans. At the same time, he ordered the black-white double ghosts, Tai Mu Qiang, the Western Venerable, and the Southern Venerable to do their best to stop the golden talisman. After finishing all this, Ning Yu no longer cared about the golden talisman. Instead, he wholeheartedly pursued the supreme devil tyrant. As for whether North City would be destroyed or not, it no longer mattered to him. He had already done everything he could. You. The supreme devil tyrant turned his head and swept a glance. He wanted to see Ning Yu's panicked look, but unfortunately, he saw Ning Yu appear not far behind him. This discovery made the supreme devil tyrant reveal a terrified expression. Raising his head and shouting, the supreme devil tyrant immediately increased his speed and rushed towards the venerable devil blood. Where are you going? How could Ning Yu let the supreme devil tyrant and the venerable devil blood meet up? He coldly snorted and threw the red demon sword in his hand. Whoosh! The red demon sword tore through the void and instantly appeared behind the supreme devil tyrant. It ruthlessly stabbed towards the back of the supreme devil tyrant's head. Venerable devil blood, save me! Feeling the red flying sword speeding towards him from behind, the supreme devil tyrant did not have time to think and hurriedly asked the venerable devil blood for help. You dare! The venerable devil blood forced Xiao Duanya to retreat with one move and shouted at Ning Yu. Noisy, Ning Yu did not care about how the venerable devil blood shouted. In a battle of life and death, why would there be so much nonsense? Poof! The energy in the red demon sword surged and immediately pierced through the back of the supreme devil tyrant's head and came out between his eyebrows. Such a change was obviously beyond the expectations of the supreme devil tyrant. He originally thought that with the help of the venerable devil blood, he could escape. Who would have thought? In the end, he still could not escape, and his brain was pierced by Ning Yu. Chi. Ning Yu's body rushed out, his right hand holding the red demon sword tightly. The terrifying, devouring power in his body surged out and entered the supreme devil tyrant's head. With the eruption of this devouring power, the supreme devil tyrant's body gradually became shriveled. Not long after, the supreme devil tyrant turned into a piece of human skin. Who? On the other hand, Ning Yu. He slowly spat out a mouthful of turbid air. After devouring the supreme devil tyrant, Ning Yu's strength had a qualitative leap. Originally, Ning Yu could easily kill an expert who had just entered the intermediate immortal king stage, but against an experienced intermediate immortal king stage powerhouse, he could only resist or even be killed. But now, even if he encountered an experienced intermediate immortal king stage powerhouse, he could still easily resist and even kill him. Rumble. Just as Ning Yu devoured the supreme devil tyrant, in the distant sky above North City, the golden talisman completely exploded. The shockwaves of the explosion continuously attacked North City. Fortunately, the Western Venerable and the others did their best to resist. Otherwise, the aftermath of the explosion was enough to completely destroy North City. However, even so, North City was still greatly affected. Countless martial artists in the city died, and some weaker martial artists had their eardrums ruptured, and blood flowed out of their 7 orifices. But this situation was already considered a blessing in the misfortune. If not for the Western Venerable and the others risking their lives to resist, North City would have probably been reduced to ashes. Run! The Venerable Devil Blood was not a hothead. The matter of Ningyu killing the Supreme Devil Tyrant was completely seen by him. In a one-on-one fight, he could kill Xiao Duanya. But if Ningyu was added, then his chances of winning would drop very low. Crack! The Venerable Devil Blood left as soon as he said he wanted to. He immediately tore open the void and went in. Go! Seeing that the Venerable Devil Blood wanted to escape, Xiao Duanya was instantly energized. First, he took out an elixir and threw it into his mouth to chew. Then, Xiao Duanya chased with an extremely terrifying speed. Where do you think you're going? Ningyu cooperated with Xiao Duanya. He held the Red Devil sword in his hand and instantly chased far away. After devouring the Supreme Devil Tyrant, Ningyu's strength had increased a lot. Even if he faced the Venerable Devil Blood alone, he could still kill him, let alone when he joined forces with Xiao Duanya. Bang! In just a short 3 minutes, the Venerable Devil Blood was blasted out of the void and fell heavily to the ground. Fresh blood spurted out of his mouth. The Venerable Devil Blood's aura instantly dropped to the freezing point. Kill! Seeing this, Ningyu let out a low roar, wanting to kill the Venerable Devil Blood. But at this moment, Xiao Duanya hurriedly said, "Don't kill him. It's more useful to keep him alive." Xiao Duanya's words made Ningyu frown slightly, somewhat puzzled. Keeping him alive was useful. Chapter 2431. Chapter 2431. Chapter 2431. Although he was confused, Ningyu still chose to stop. Who? Seeing that Ningyu had stopped his attacks, Xiao Duanya revealed an expression of relief. Sha. His feet moved. Xiao Duanya immediately came before Venerable Devil Blood and asked in a deep voice, "Have the other 107 great regions all launched an attack on the entrance to the Immortal Court?" Pooh! Venerable Devil Blood spat out a mouthful of saliva and said fiercely, "Xiao Duanya, don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you guys are blocking us. To tell you the truth, the Battle Sovereign is fighting with the experts guarding the entrance of the Immortal Court. If I'm not mistaken, the Battle Sovereign will win in half an hour at most. Once the War Emperor wins, all of you will die." Xiao Duanya was also not someone who could be easily bullied. He raised his right hand and ruthlessly slapped Venerable Devil Blood's face. The enormous force directly caused 5 bloody scars to appear on Venerable Devil Blood's face. "I know even if you don't tell me," Xiao Duanya said coldly. "This time, your heavenly demons have mobilized many strong practitioners and will definitely attack a few entrances. However, there's one thing that I am very sure of, and that is that you will definitely not be able to attack this large region. Confidence is a good thing, but overconfidence becomes a bad thing," Venerable Devil Blood said indifferently. "You're about to die, yet you're still so stubborn." Xiao Duanya did not intend to spare Venerable Devil Blood's life. After saying this, he raised his right hand and punched at Venerable Devil Blood's heart. Kacha! All of a sudden, Devil Blood Venerable's heart was pierced through, and he fell backward on the spot. Thump! The sound of flesh hitting the ground could be heard. At this moment, the intermediate stage Immortal King of the Heavenly Devils, Venerable Devil Blood, had been killed by Xiao Duanya. "Ningyu, I'll leave him to you." After killing the Demon Blood Venerable, Xiao Duanya exerted some force with his right leg and kicked the Demon Blood Venerable toward Ningyu. The scene of Ningyu devouring the Venerable Devil Tyrant was still fresh in Xiao Duanya's mind, and it was hard for him to forget it. If he handed over Venerable Devil Blood to him, he might be able to absorb some energy, but most of it would definitely be wasted. Instead of handing it over to him, it was better to hand it over to Ningyu. Then it would be impolite of me to refuse. Ningyu did not stand on ceremony with Xiao Duanya. Although he had swallowed the Supreme Demon Tyrant, and his strength had increased by a lot, it was not particularly stable. If he could devour the devil blood venerable, his condition would reach a frightening level. Perhaps below the late stage of the Celestial King realm, he could really be invincible. Chi-Chi, he didn't waste any time. Ningyu placed his right hand on venerable devil blood's body, and a steady stream of devouring power burst out from his body. Very soon, venerable devil blood had become a piece of human skin. Taking a deep breath, Ningyu expressed his satisfaction. Relatively speaking, the energy contained within venerable devil blood's body was much more vigorous than venerable devil tyrant's. After devouring venerable devil blood, Ningyu felt that the energy within his body had reached its limit. At this time, even if he was given energy to devour, he would not be able to digest it. Unless he completely exhausted the energy within his body would not be able to contain any more energy. Fortunately, Ningyu's speed of exhaustion was very fast. Under normal circumstances, he would only need a day to completely exhaust the energy within his body. Let's go. Follow me to the entrance of the immortal court. Seeing that Ningyu had finished devouring venerable devil blood, Xiao Duanya let out a low roar and headed straight for Broken Cliff City. Ningyu frowned slightly. Then he stomped on the ground and followed closely behind. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The rest, such as the Western Venerable, Tai Mu Qiang, Yang Yumming, and the rest, did not stop and all chased after him. About 10 minutes later, Broken Cliff City in a hidden area. Whoosh! Numerous figures descended. These figures were none other than Ningyu, Xiao Duanya, and the rest. After leaving the northern city, they quickly arrived at Broken Cliff City, which was the closest entrance to the Immortal Court. The entrance to the Immortal Court was heavily guarded, and there were dozens of formations. Crack, crack, crack. Xiao Duanya clearly knew the method to dispel these formations. He continuously took out crystal balls from his bosom and threw them at the formations. Every time a crystal ball was thrown at the formations would completely shatter. This continued. After about 10 minutes, Xiao Duanya stopped. All of you step back. Xiao Duanya took a deep breath and turned back to look at Ningyu, Tai Mu Qiang, and the rest, saying, I want to open the entrance to the Immortal Court. At that time, the battle monarchs of the heavenly demons might appear, or the protectors of our Immortal Court might appear. We're protectors, Ningyu asked in confusion. The Immortal Court has a total of 108 entrances, corresponding to 108 regions. At this time, Xiao Duanya clearly did not intend to hide it from Ningyu. He explained, every great region is guarded by a super celestial kingdom. The great region corresponding to our entrance is one of the 8 southern regions of the Immortal Court. The power of the heavenly demons far exceeds our imagination. The battle monarchs of the heavenly demons have the strength of a late-stage celestial king. There are even battle monarchs whose strength can reach the peak of the celestial king realm. The protectors of the great regions among the humans have the strength of a late-stage celestial king realm. If the battle monarchs we encounter this time are at the peak of the celestial king realm, then what awaits us is the great region falling into the control of the heavenly demons. Crack! Xiao Duanya spoke extremely quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out 10 golden tokens and threw them at the bronze door of the Immortal Court's entrance. Actually, there were 2 entrances to the Immortal Court. One was the normal entrance. As long as one had the token of the Immortal Court, one could enter. The other was the entrance that Xiao Duanya had opened. Unless it was a critical moment, he would definitely not open it. Creak! The tokens embedded themselves into the bronze door, causing it to slowly open. Be careful. Xiao Duanya quickly took a few steps back and stared at the crack of the bronze door. The situation was extremely dangerous. If the protectors of the Immortal Court won, then everyone would be happy. If the battle monarchs won, then the consequences would be unthinkable. The process of opening the bronze door was extremely torturous for Ningyu, Xiao Duanya, and the others. After all, no one would be excited at the moment of life and death. Bang! 3 minutes passed. When the fourth minute arrived, a crisp sound rang out. Not good. Hearing this crisp sound, Xiao Duanya's expression changed drastically. He grabbed the Western Reverend, who was beside him, and retreated. In the battle, just now, the Western Reverend was the most severely injured. Hence, Xiao Duanya had to bring him away. Otherwise, the first to die would probably be the Western Reverend. Crack! Xiao Duanya and the others had just retreated a few steps when the bronze door suddenly shattered. Whoosh! Countless fragments of the stone door attacked Ning Yu and Xiao Duanya. Block it! It was a critical moment. Ning Yu waved his hands continuously, forming an energy barrier in front of him, blocking the fragments of the stone door in front of him. Ha ha! This entrance to the immortal court is mine. At this moment, Chapter 2432. Chapter 2432 of the WAR Space Storm. Humph. Lu Fiend. With me, Song Shihao around, you can't stir up any waves. At the same time, another cold snort sounded from the other side of the bronze door. Then let's fight. Willow Demon's expression turned cold as he rushed towards Song Shihao. Rumble. Song Shihao wasn't to be outdone, and he advanced instead of retreating as he similarly flashed towards Willow Demon. A great battle broke out instantly. Outside the bronze door, Ningyu, Xiao Duanya, and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. Only when the ripples from the battle grew weaker and weaker did they reveal expressions of relief. Obviously, the reason the bronze door was shattered was completely because of the aftermath of the battle between Lu Mo and Song Shihao. As the aftermath dissipated, the pressure on Ning Yu and the others lessened significantly. What now? After a while, the Western Venerable One looked at Xiao Duanya and asked. Xiao Duanya pondered for a moment and said, "Get ready. In 10 minutes, everyone will enter the realm of the immortal court together." Actually, Xiao Duanya did this because he had no other choice. Who knew if Lu Mo and Song Shihao would return? Through that ripple, just now, Xiao Duanya could basically determine that no matter if it was Lu Mo or Song Shihao, their cultivations were both at the peak of the late Immortal King stage. The aftermath of the battle between the two of them could be greatly affected just by watching it from afar. All right. The Western Venerable Lord nodded and began to recover as much as he could. In the Battle of North City, the Western Venerable One was the most heavily injured. As for the others, such as Tai Muqiang and the Venerable of the South, thanks to Ning Yu's timely appearance, their injuries were not too serious. The Western Venerable did not hesitate to use his trump card in order to severely injure Devil Blood Venerable. Unexpectedly, Venerable Devil Tyrant suddenly appeared and severely injured him. Under such circumstances, it was not easy for him to maintain his current state. Drip, drip. Time was ticking away. In the blink of an eye, 10 minutes had passed. To be honest, during these 10 minutes, be it the Western Venerable One, Tai Muqiang, Xiao Duanya, or Ningyu, all of them had extremely grim expressions. After all, no one knew if Willow Devil and Song Shihao would return. Once they returned, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, after 10 minutes, there was still no movement from Lu Mo and Song Shihao. Go! Xiao Duanya took a deep breath. Then, he leapt into the air and charged straight towards the immortal court. Swish, swish, swish. Behind Xiao Duanya, Ningyu, Tai Muqiang, Yang Yuming, and the Venerable of the West followed closely. Boom! For Ningyu and the others, the first thing they felt upon entering the immortal court was pressure. A steady stream of pressure came from all directions, constantly squeezing their bodies. Fortunately, Ningyu and the others were very strong. Facing this pressure, they easily withstood it. Otherwise, just this pressure alone would be enough to crush them into meat patties. Even so, Yang Yuming's face was also deathly pale, becoming devoid of blood. Among these people, Yang Yuming was the weakest. He was only a 5th stage, half-step Immortal King. Generally speaking, it was very easy for a 5th stage, half-step Immortal King to enter the Immortal Court realm. But this time was different. The entrance that Xiao Duanya had chosen was very different from a normal entrance. If one's cultivation had not reached the Immortal King realm, they would have to bear a pressure that ordinary people could not bear. Entering the Immortal Court realm through this entrance, although the pressure was very strong, the time needed was very short. The other entrance required about 3 days to enter the Immortal Court realm. This entrance, at most 3 hours, they would be able to enter the Immortal Court realm. Everyone gathered together. We might have to face a spatial storm later. Clearly, this was not the first time Xiao Duanya had entered the Immortal Court realm through this entrance. He unleashed the energy within his body and set up an energy barrier around them. At the same time, he said in a deep voice, "Those who still have strength resist outside. Those who are heavily injured quickly recover inside." Swish, swish, swish. Hearing Xiao Duanya's words, the Venerable of the West, the Venerable of the South, and even Xiao Duanya entered the innermost area. Now is not the time to joke around. Facing a spatial storm, if they were even the slightest bit careless, they might face a disaster. The Venerable of the West, the Venerable of the South, and the others all had injuries of varying degrees. Choosing to face it head-on now was clearly an unwise move. Swish, swish, swish. Unlike the Venerable of the West and the others, Ningyu, the double ghosts of black and white, the three of them flew to the outermost area. The double ghosts of black and white were heavenly demons. When necessary, Ningyu would choose to abandon them in order to replenish the energy barrier. Of course, unless it was absolutely necessary, Ningyu would not abandon the double ghosts of black and white. After all, the Immortal Court realm was extremely dangerous. With 2 heavenly demons at the peak of the early stage Immortal King realm following them, it would save him a lot of trouble. Crack, crack, crack. However, at this moment, the void trembled. Immediately after, several gusts of biting cold wind appeared in the void. Not good, it's a spatial storm. Everyone be careful. Seeing the sudden appearance of the cold wind, Xiao Duanya's expression changed greatly as he hurriedly warned them. At the same time, Xiao Duanya warned them as he injected the energy within his body into the energy barrier. Chi, chi, chi. Endless energy entered the energy barrier, causing it to be abnormally stable. The spatial storm doesn't seem too powerful. Yang Yuming looked at the spatial storm that was constantly battering the energy barrier, his expression slightly confused. He came from a super celestial nation, and he had heard from the experts of the celestial nation. A spatial storm was extremely terrifying, not to mention an early-stage Immortal King realm expert. Even an expert at the peak of the mid-stage Immortal King realm would not be able to gain the slightest advantage when facing a spatial storm. But now, the power of this spatial storm was clearly something that Yang Yuming could not understand. This is just the prelude. Seemingly seeing through Yang Yuming's confusion, Xiao Duanya said in a low voice, "The power of a spatial storm is far greater than you can imagine." Rumble. It was unknown whether he was trying to please Xiao Duanya. Just as he finished speaking, the void in the distance suddenly split open. Several gusts of wind, each as thick as a person's waist, rushed over from all directions. Crack, 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 crack. Under the impact of the gusts of wind, cracks actually appeared on the energy barrier that Xiao Duanya had set up. "Everyone, calm your minds." Xiao Duanya's expression was solemn as he said in a low voice, "Everyone, stop recovering. Everyone, inject your energy into the energy barrier to maintain its stability." These gusts of wind were all the prelude to a spatial storm. Xiao Duanya knew this better than anyone else. If they could not withstand the prelude to a spatial storm, the consequences would be extremely terrifying. This was because every spatial storm had an extreme spatial storm. If the energy barrier shattered before the extreme spatial storm appeared, then they were fated to be doomed this time. Therefore, Xiao Duanya immediately stopped the Western Venerable Lord and the rest, asking them to withstand these terrifying gusts of wind together. No problem. The Western Venerable, the Southern Venerable, and Tai Muqiang were also aware of the severity of the problem. Chapter 2433. Chapter 2433. New YORK Unfavorable. Crack, crack, crack. The power of the space storm's prelude was clearly beyond Xiao Duanya's imagination. Even the energy barrier, which had gathered the power of several people, was still unable to block the impact of the space storm. Cracking sounds rang out, indicating that the energy barrier was on the verge of collapse. "Don't hold back," Xiao Duanya bellowed, and said coldly, "Once the energy barrier breaks, we will have to depend on our fates." Roger. Hearing Xiao Duanya's words, the Western Venerable and the rest clearly realized the severity of the problem. There was no time to think. The Western Venerable and the rest immediately unleashed all the energy in their bodies, pouring it into the energy barrier without holding back. Crack, crack. However, even if the Western Venerable and the rest poured their energy into the energy barrier, it was still too late. The cracks in the energy barrier gradually widened from the center. Crack, crack. Not long after, a crisp sound rang out. Following this crisp sound, the energy barrier that Xiao Duanya had painstakingly built completely shattered. The shattering of the energy barrier caused Xiao Duanya's expression to change greatly. It must be known, the energy barrier was the barrier that they used to resist the space storm. Once the barrier shattered, they would have to face the space storm in the sky. "Ningyu, come with me. Let's face the space storm head-on." It was a critical moment. Xiao Duanya had no choice but to leave the energy barrier with Ningyu and face the space storm head-on. Whoosh, whoosh. At this stage, Ningyu would no longer be complacent. His figure flashed, and he immediately left the energy barrier. He waved the red demon sword in his hand, and instantly, several sword rays swept out, blasting toward the space storm. Boom! Ningyu did not hold back much in his attack. All of the spatial gales that were struck by the sword light were shattered. While Ningyu's attack was effective, on the other side, Xiao Duanya's attack was equally effective. Rumble. Furthermore, the effect of Xiao Duanya's attack was much better than that of Ningyu's. As the space storm decreased, the pressure on the energy barrier decreased significantly. Whoosh! The Western Venerable, the Southern Venerable, and even Time Muqiang heaved a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, Song Shihao, take this." At this moment, an extremely familiar voice rang in everyone's ears. Not good. Hearing this familiar voice, Xiao Duanya and Ning Yu's expressions changed drastically. Without a doubt, the owner of this voice was the heavenly demon, Willow Demon. As a heavenly devil at the peak of the late immortal king realm, Willow Devil was extremely powerful. In the battle between him and Song Shihao, it was obvious that Song Shihao was at a disadvantage. Let's get rid of these small fries first. Very soon, Willow Demon discovered Ningyu and the others. Without any hesitation, Willow Devil took out 99 flying swords and surrounded Song Shihao in the middle. As for him, he leapt into the air rapidly and charged towards Ningyu and Xiao Duanya. Bang! Bang! Willow Demon's speed was very fast. Almost in an instant, he arrived before Ningyu and Xiao Duanya. He threw 2 punches in a row. Every punch landed squarely on Ningyu's and Xiao Duanya's chests. Puchi! Puchi! The huge force that came from their chests caused Ningyu and Xiao Duanya to spit out a large mouthful of blood, and their auras became slightly weak. "Willow Demon, if you dare touch them, I'll kill you." Seeing that Willow Demon was about to kill Ningyu and Xiao Duanya, Song Shihao yelled loudly. He did not hesitate to burn his life to increase his strength, forcing back the 99 flying sword around him, and leapt out rapidly. "If I die just because you want me to die, wouldn't that be very embarrassing for me?" Willow Demon curled his lips, then gave up on attacking Ningyu and Xiao Duanya, and turned to attack the energy barrier. Crack! Crack! Willow Demon was a peerless heavenly demon at the late immortal king realm. His attack directly shattered the energy barrier. The shattering of the energy barrier caused the Western Venerable and Southern Venerable to be surrounded by a spatial storm. "Come here quickly." Seeing this, Ningyu hurriedly threw out the red demon sword. Puchi! The red demon sword was extremely fast and arrived beside the shattered energy barrier in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yang Yumming, the Western Venerable, the Southern Venerable, and Tai Muqiang were not stupid. Seeing that the red demon sword had opened, they immediately moved and entered the red demon sword. As for the remaining black-white double ghosts, they chose to go in the opposite direction of the red demon sword and charged towards Willow Demon. Their idea was simple. Let Willow Demon take action and help them remove the control over Ningyu. Lord Battle Emperor, save us. The black-white double ghost came to Willow Demon's side and cried out hurriedly. Willow Demon unleashed his senses and probed the black-white double ghost bodies. This probing caused Willow Demon's expression to change slightly. How powerful was Willow Demon? With just a glance, he could see the situation inside the black-white double ghost bodies. How is the situation outside? Willow Demon did not rescue the black-white double ghosts immediately. Instead, he asked in a low voice, Venerable Demon Blood and Venerable Demon Tyrant have both died in battle. The black-white double ghost did not dare to be careless, and immediately replied, The remaining dozen early-stage Immortal King heavenly demons, including a few emperors, have all died in battle. Trash. Hearing this, Willow Demon's expression turned cold, and he waved his hands repeatedly. In an instant, 2 beams of cold light swept out from his sleeves. Swoosh! The cold light was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the black-white double ghosts. Puff! Puff! The cold light gradually expanded in the black-white double ghosts' eyes, and finally, it pierced through their hearts. To death! The black-white double ghosts did not understand why Willow Demon would kill them. However, very soon, Willow Demon revealed his intentions. Puff! His left hand was on the black demon's head, and his right hand was on the white demon's shoulder. An extremely terrifying, devouring power shot out from the center of his palm. In just a few short seconds, the black-white double ghosts were turned into 2 pieces of human skin. Whoosh! Throwing the black-white double ghosts aside, Willow Demon revealed an expression of relief. What was lacking came. He was originally worried that he would not be able to kill Song Shihao easily. Although he had the advantage, he did not have much energy left in his body. Even if he could kill Song Shihao, he would be greatly affected, and he might even be seriously injured. Damn it! On the other side, Song Shihao flew to Xiao Duanya's side. Seeing Willow Demon kill the black-white double ghost so ruthlessly, his expression became very ugly. In a battle between experts, the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into a bottomless abyss. At this moment, the energy in Song Shihao's body was not at its peak. Against Willow Demon at his peak, the possibility of him winning was only 30%. In fact, the possibility was even lower. Swoosh! Thinking of this, Song Shihao's eyes turned, and he lightly swept his gaze across Xiao Duanya and Ningyu. I'm going to kill you. Ningyu swore on the spot. How could he not know what Song Shihao was thinking? Chapter 2434. Chapter 2434 of the WAR form Ningyu was not an indecisive person. He looked at Song Shihao cautiously. As long as Song Shihao revealed any signs, he would think of a way to leave at once. Actually, he was not worried that he would not be able to leave. There was no other reason. Even if Song Shihao wanted to devour them, he had to get Lumo's permission. Willow Demon wouldn't just watch as Song Shihao recovered. As expected, Lumo's attention was all on Song Shihao. However, Song Shihao's actions were clearly out of Ningyu's expectations. He leaped up and stood in front of Ningyu and Xiao Duanya. He said to Willow Demon in a deep voice, You, a dignified heavenly demon battle emperor, actually attacked your own subordinates. If news of this were spread, I'm afraid that you would lose all face. Haha, the winner takes all. Luomo was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, When I kill all of you, who will tell on me? Humph. Song Shihao snorted coldly. He turned to look at Ningyu and Xiao Duanya and said, I will hold Lu Mo back. You two leave quickly. Thank you, Senior. Ningyu was not an indecisive person. He bowed to Song Shihao, then leaped up and dashed into the distance. Ningyu knew very well. If he was polite to Song Shihao now, he would definitely be killed in the end. Since Song Shihao dared to let him and Xiao Duanya leave first, it meant that he had the ability to protect himself. Normally, which of these late-stage Celestial King experts had not climbed out a mountain of corpses and a sea of fire? On the surface, Song Shihao was at a disadvantage, and his aura was extremely weak. However, who knew the real situation? What if Song Shihao was purposely showing weakness to the enemy to make Lu Mo lower his guard? Whoosh! Whoosh! Seeing Ningyu leave, Xiao Duanya also gathered the energy in his body at his ankles and quickly followed behind Ningyu. Where are you going? How could Willow Demon possibly watch as Ningyu and Xiao Duanya left? No matter what, the deaths of the double demons of Black and White, the Venerable Demon Blood, the Venerable Demon Tyrant, and the others were all related to Ningyu and Xiao Duanya. More than half of the top powerhouses among the Sky Fiends had died. He had to take revenge for this. Willow Demon, your opponent is me. Song Shihao's figure flashed, blocking Willow Demon's path. He said coldly, Don't think that you can contend against me just because you devoured the black-white twin malevolence to replenish your energy. To tell you the truth, I have something to replenish my energy as well. Gotcha. During the conversation, Song Shihao took out a red pill from his robes. The pill entered Song Shihao's mouth and went down his throat into his stomach. Boom! Almost in an instant, Song Shihao's aura returned to its peak state. A pinnacle Celestial King grade medicinal pill. Demonic Willow gazed coldly at Song Shihao, and he said in a low voice, I never expected that your 8th Southern Territory would be so generous to actually provide all of you Guardians with peak Immortal King level medicinal pills. 8 Southern regions. It was an alliance of 8 large regions in the south of the Immortal Court. 8 large regions, each of which had a super celestial kingdom. These super celestial kingdoms formed a huge alliance and sent Guardians to the entrance of the Immortal Court. Obviously, the news of the Sky Fiends' large-scale attack on the entrance of the Immortal Court had long been leaked. Otherwise, it was impossible for 8 southern regions to take out a Pinnacle Celestial King grade medicinal pill, because Pinnacle Celestial King grade medicinal pills were extremely rare. Even a Pinnacle Celestial King grade martial artist could quickly recover to his peak state after swallowing a medicinal pill, let alone a late-stage Celestial King grade martial artist. You found out too late. Song Shihao grabbed at the void with his right hand. In an instant, a cold light appeared, and he threw it towards Demonic Willow. Gotcha! Demonic Willow didn't dare to be careless. He also grabbed out a cold light, and it collided with the cold light that Song Shihao threw out. The two cold lights collided. Neither Demonic Willow nor Song Shihao had the upper hand. The cold lights that they threw out dissipated between heaven and earth at the same time. Interesting. Demonic Willow looked coldly at Song Shihao and said calmly, Do you think that you can do whatever you want with a Pinnacle Celestial King grade medicinal pill? To tell you the truth, your thinking is a little too naive. As his voice faded, Demonic Willow reached deep into his robes and took out a golden scroll. A Pinnacle Celestial King grade scroll. Seeing the scroll that appeared in Demonic Willow's hand, Song Shihao was finally moved. The golden scroll was not an ordinary scroll, but a scroll that was comparable to a Pinnacle Celestial King grade martial artist's all-out attack. To put it simply, Demonic Willow activated the scroll and could explode with an extremely powerful attack. I'll give you a chance to live now. Demonic Willow waved the scroll in his hand and said calmly, Give up your identity as the guardian of 8 southern regions and join us Sky Fiends. Be my right-hand man. What if I say no? Song Shihao said in a low voice. Hee hee. Demonic Willow didn't answer Song Shihao. Instead, Energy surged out of his body and slowly flowed into the golden scroll. Bang, bang, bang. As the energy entered the scroll, muffled sounds came from within. Hearing these sounds, Song Shihao's expression became extremely ugly. He knew that demonic Willow really wanted to kill him. With his current abilities, unless he used all his trump cards, he would not be able to withstand a pinnacle Celestial King grade martial artist's all-out attack. And even if he withstood the power of the scroll's explosion, he would basically lose his combat ability. It would be very difficult for him to fight demonic Willow head-on. Time's up. Make your choice. Demonic Willow played with the scroll in his hand as he said, "You only have one chance. I hope you can cherish it." Buzz, buzz. At the same time, in a void not far away, Ningyu and Xiao Duanya hadn't left yet. At this moment, they looked at Song Shihao with serious expressions. No one knew what Song Shihao would choose. Actually, it wasn't that they didn't want to leave, but that demonic Willow had already set up a formation around them. Although the two of them were strong, it would be difficult for them to break the formation. Lin Lang had the ability to break the formation. However, there were spatial storms all around them. With Lin Lang's abilities, as long as he appeared, he would be crushed into pieces by the spatial storms. Duanya City Lord, what does 8 southern regions mean? Ningyu didn't seem to care about Song Shihao's choice. He looked at Xiao Duanya and asked, "Isn't the immortal court divided by celestial kingdoms? Low-grade celestial kingdoms, mid-grade celestial kingdoms, super celestial kingdoms, and so on. Could the 8 southern regions be the division of the immortal court? The so-called 8 southern regions is an alliance of 8 great regions." Xiao Duanya explained carefully, "There are a total of 109 great regions in the immortal court. North, south, east, west, and west, there are 27 great regions. In the center is the sovereign region. Leaving aside the sovereign region, the other 108 great regions all have super celestial kingdoms. According to the division of the immortal court's entrance, the great regions near the entrance will temporarily form an alliance to guard the entrance together. In the immortal court, the people at the bottom level don't know about this. They only know that they are ruled by celestial kingdoms, but they don't know that there's an alliance of great regions above them." Ningyu's expression was somewhat solemn. From the looks of it, the situation in the immortal court was rather complicated. 108 great regions and 1 sovereign region. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.